All right, good morning, everyone. Can everyone hear me okay? As chair of the commission, I call this meeting of the Michigan Independent Citizens Redistricting Commission to order at 10:01 a.m. This Zoom webinar is being live streamed on YouTube on the Michigan Independent Citizens Redistricting Commission YouTube channel. For anyone in the public watching who would prefer to watch via a different platform than they are currently using, please visit our social media at Redistricting MI. Our live stream today includes closed captioning. Closed captioning, ASL interpretation, as well as Spanish, Arabic, and Bengali translation services will be provided for effective participation in today's meeting. Please email us at redistricting@michigan.gov for additional viewing options or details on accessing language translation services for this meeting. People with disabilities needing other specific accommodations should also contact redistricting@michigan.gov. This meeting is being recorded and will be made available at www.michigan.gov/micrc for viewing at a later date. This meeting is also being transcribed, and those closed caption transcripts will be made available and posted on the michigan.gov/micrc website, in addition to written public comment submissions. At that website, you will also find a public comment portal that can be accessed by visiting michigan.gov/micrc. Members of the media who have questions before, during, or after the meeting should direct those questions to Edward Woods III, Executive Director of the Commission at woodse3@michigan.gov. For the public watching and public record, I'll now turn to the Department of State staff to take note of the commissioners present.
I say present, please call your name. If you are attending the meeting remotely, please announce during roll call that you're attending the meeting remotely, and unless your absence is due to military duty, announce your physical location by stating the county, city, township, village, and/or state from which you're attending the meeting remotely. I will begin roll call alphabetically with Commissioner Andrade,
Present from Imlay Township, Michigan.
Commissioner Callahan,
Present from Mexico.
Commissioner Curry,
Present, attending remotely from Detroit, Michigan.
Commissioner Eid,
Present, remotely attending from Detroit, Michigan.
Commissioner Kellum, Commissioner Lang,
Present, attending from Osceola County, Michigan.
Commissioner Lett,
Present, attending from Grand Traverse County, Michigan.
Commissioner Muldoon. Commissioner Muldoon, I see you, but you're on mute.
Present from Carlton, Michigan.
Thank you. Commissioner Orton,
Present, attending remotely from Battle Creek, Michigan.
Commissioner Zatala,
Present, attending remotely from Wayne County, Michigan.
Commissioner Villette,
Present, attending from Highland Township, Michigan.
Commissioner Wagner, Commissioner Weiss,
Present, attending remotely from Saginaw Township, Saginaw, Michigan.
and to go back to Commissioner Kellum,
Present, attending remotely from Detroit, Michigan. Good morning, everyone.
and again, Commissioner Wagner. Mr. Chair, you have 12 commissioners present. You do have a quorum.
Thank you, Ms. Young.
You're welcome.
We'll now move to adopt the agenda. As a reminder to the public watching, you can view the agenda at www.michigan.gov/micrc. I'll now entertain a motion to approve the agenda for today's meeting.
So moved. Second.
We have a motion by Commissioner Lett, seconded by Commissioner White to approve today's agenda. Is there any discussion on the motion? I do not see any hands, so we will move to vote. All those in favor of the motion to approve the agenda, please raise your hand and say aye.
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 Is there any opposed? Please raise your hand and say nay. The ayes have it, and the agenda is adopted. Next on the agenda is public comments. Without objection, commissioners, we will begin public comment pertaining to agenda topics for today's meeting. Is there any objection? Hearing none, we'll move forward. Individuals who have signed up and indicated they would like to provide live remote public comment to the commission will now be allowed. I will call your name and our staff will unmute you. If you are on a computer, you'll be prompted by the Zoom app to unmute your microphone and speak. If you are on the phone, a voice will say that the host wants you to speak and prompt you to press *6 to unmute. I will call on you by your name. Please note if you are experiencing technical or audio issues or we do not hear from you for 3 to 5 seconds, we'll move on to the next person in line and then return to you after they are done speaking. If your audio still does not work, you can email redistricting@michigan.gov and we will help you troubleshoot so you can participate during the next public comment period at a later meeting. We have 4 folks who signed up to speak today, the first being Mr. James Gallant.
Hello, can you hear me?
Good morning, Mr. Gallant. We can hear you.
Good morning. James Gallant, Marquette County Suicide Prevention Coalition. These are my opinions. Okay, Chair Eid and other Michigan Independent Citizens Redistricting Commissioners and other distinguished guests, welcome to today's matinee of The Wizard of Oz in Michigan, the United States of America. And now I got a spoiler alert, Chair Eid. I believe that you are the Wizard of Oz. You're the one that's pulling the strings and manipulating the levers over and above your constitutional duty under your oath of office to follow our Constitution. This consensus decision-making rules and procedures, all of them, I believe are standing null and void according to the rules because you didn't follow the rules to change the rules right from February 2021. You didn't do that. So please hire a parliamentarian to not only to give a written analysis of the rules and advice, but to chair the meetings. That would surely make this a nonpartisan, because you have the partisan position here. You just reestablished, didn't you, the custom that now the general counsel is allowed to facilitate at the direction of the chair the agenda items that aren't even before the commission. There's nothing before the commission. There's no motion. There's no second. Because you just reestablished that because Commissioner Zatella called a point of order. When that custom fell to the ground, according to Robert's rules under the common law, fall to the ground. But you revived it at the next meeting. And then Commissioner Zatella did not call the point of order. I guess you worked that out. So
Thank you, Mr. Gallo. Next up, we have Mr. Anthony Scannell.
Thank you, MICRC. Good morning to you. And I don't know, I enjoyed that public hearing. That was fun. Thanks at Wayne State and all the other ones. But now we only have 90 seconds, not 3 minutes, so I gotta cut it short. But the last map I think that was being worked on at the last meeting, that one was just terrible for me because the city of Lincoln Park was being split up. I just think it's too small. I don't think it's necessary. So I mean, that was just, I know it was just spitballing, just an idea, but that last map, it was you can put that in the circular file from the last meeting. So I'm looking at District 1 mostly, a little bit 2, a little bit 4, but looking at District 1, I'd say there were 13 maps that have this configuration that puts the northern downriver cities and links that up with like Southwest Detroit, but not all of it, and then downtown Detroit, and then away up to the east side of Detroit. And that's a majority of the completed maps on the portal, 13 of them. Not my favorite configuration, so I wouldn't choose any of those. You had 9 maps that have a kind of different configuration, but never mind. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Scannell. Next up to provide public comment is Molly Brennan.
Hello.
Hello, good morning, Molly.
Good morning. First, I'd like to thank you for the hard task of working the redistricting maps to more accurately reflect the state of Michigan voters and for fairer maps. Our legislature should closely reflect our voters. My communities are my city, Farmington Hills, my county, Oakland, and my school district. I chose to live within them. They have a direct impact on my living and my well-being, and I feel heard within their governance. I would like to feel that my state senator will listen to me and will advocate for my community and therefore for me, and that my community will not be an orphan within its district. Only one of the proposed 2022 Senate maps kept Farmington Hills together. The rest separated Farmington Hills into above I-696 and below I-696. This is an artificial barrier and it orphans my community south of 696 from all 3 of my communities, school district, city, and county. And I feel my voice and interests will not be listened to as the rest of the proposed districts that I saw from then are basically Livonia and Wayne County. I ask that as you tweak the maps, that you attempt to keep cities and counties like mine, and specifically Farmington Hills, together, and not let a highway separate us out of our school, city, and county communities, thus marginalizing us within a new district. I also ask that you keep the main goal always in front of you of maps that will have an end result of a legislature that in reality will as closely as possible reflect the people and the communities of Michigan, so all of us can feel listened to, heard, and advocated for. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Brennan. Next up to provide public comment to the commission is Mayor Robert McCray.
Good morning, everybody. Can you hear me?
Good morning. We can hear you.
First of all, I want to thank you for taking time to serve on this commission. The task in front of you is not an easy one, so I appreciate the hard work and effort here. Several of the maps that have come out affect my community. City of Romulus sits in District 4, and we've already taken a hit in our state representatives by diluting our voice by having the first redistricting have 3 representatives, and it's watered down the voice of the city of Romulus. I'm very concerned about doing that again at the Senate, because Romulus has several different nuances that makes us different than any other community in the state, in that we house Detroit Metropolitan Airport. There's several issues with housing that we need to make sure that our senators are familiar with the intimate details that are in Romulus. Right now, 36 million people annually go through DTW. And there are some different nuances and hardships that are associated to our community of housing that airport. 80,000 jobs are associated with that airport. I want to make sure that this commission is not looking at just the 25,000 rooftops that are here in Romulus and the people who live here. There's so much more that goes on. It's important that we have a state senator that's intimately familiar with those nuances in the city of Romulus and our growth. We've continued to, like I said, struggle with state representatives now because now we are watered down, and I hate to see that happen at the next level too in the Senate. So and through several of those maps, like I've said, have shown a clear division in the city of Romulus. And they put our northern half of Romulus with communities that don't have similar interests. So we want to make sure that Romulus remains whole and under one state representative. And also just one thing to add, City Council last night did pass a unanimous resolution to request this commission to leave us whole and in District 4. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. We do have a question for you from one of the commissioners. Commissioner Zatella, I see your hand.
Yeah, that's actually what I was just going to ask him. What he kind of snuck in at the end is if he had a choice, obviously he's saying keep it whole, but if he had a choice between going south into District 4 or going north up into Wayne and Westland area, which would he prefer? And he kind of slipped it in at the end that he'd prefer him to be in District 4. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for providing comment to the commission. That concludes our public comment for today's meeting. Please feel free to email public comments to the commission at redistricting@michigan.gov or visit our public comment portal that can be found on the website or at michigan-mapping.org to provide written public comment to the commission. We appreciate everyone who offers public comment in whatever way you choose and invite you to keep sharing your thoughts. Next up on the agenda is items for consideration 5A, proposed 2024 mapping deliberations state Senate process. If there is no objection, I will ask local counsel Nate Fink to facilitate this item. Is there any objection, commissioners? Hearing none, we'll move on by unanimous consent. Please proceed, Mr. Fink.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, commissioners. This is a document that has been updated in very minor ways from the Michigan House remedial deliberations process, simply to update the dates really and note, excuse me, and note that this is for the Senate and not the House. But other than that, it's essentially the same document that the commission had approved for the House remedial process. Commissioner Zatella, stand it up.
Yeah, were we sent a redlined copy of this document so we could see what was being changed?
I'm not sure. I think that Director Woods sent, I know he sent the PDF of this version. I can send around or share a red line if you want, just to show you the changes.
I would appreciate that. Thank you.
Sure. So other than that, like I said, it's just the changes to the dates and updating it to reflect that this is for the Senate and not for the House. So I can, I mean, we can discuss the basic gist of it, but you all had an opportunity to review it and now it's up on the screen, obviously. But we have the different terms. Director Woods, if you could just scroll up a little bit. Scroll up. Other way, sorry. We have draft maps, which is that's a defined term in the mapping procedures document, which are collaborative maps, alternate drafts, which are individual maps drafted individually by commissioners, and then the proposed maps are the maps that the commission decides to send forward for public comment. In this case, they'll be submitted to the court, not for the court's review, but pursuant to the court's order, we're required to submit the proposed maps as we send them out to the public for feedback and comment. We also submit them to the court like we did during the House remedial process. So I would recommend that the commission adopt these. If folks would like to see a red line before doing that, I can circulate that and excuse me. Oh, it looks like Commissioner Lang, you have a question?
Yeah, I just have something, it kind of pertains to the document, but it doesn't. I'm seeing the dates on there. And honestly, I have a conflict with the 21st. It's going to be very touch and go for me. I have something that I cannot miss. Unfortunately, I'm going to try and call in, but my time from at like 9:30, 11, and 4 p.m. will be very intermittent. So I'm hoping we can, I know the times were changed for that date also. So I just want to put that out there in advance for the public that unfortunately scheduling has kind of thrown a big old boomerang at me, but I'm going to do my best to be there when I can on the 21st. So just wanted to put that out there.
Commissioner Stella, you have a question?
What is the schedule on the 20th? I can't see where we have it displayed right now.
Director Woods, can you scroll up? It's under that. There's the deliberation schedule. Right there.
Wait, do we have a time for these or it's just a specific date?
I believe those times were set. It's possible that I know that last week the commission had modified some of the time frames, and so I would actually defer to Director Woods as to what the current. I have a list of what the original schedule was, and
Sure.
Yeah.
The time was extended from it was 10 to 3, but the commission voted to go 10 to 5 on Monday, May 20th, and eliminate the 5 to 7:30 p.m. time. So Monday, May 20th, it will be 10 a.m. To 5 p.m. with a lunch from 12:30 to 1:30. And then on Tuesday, we'll follow the same schedule, 10 a.m. to 5 p.m. with a lunch from 12:30 p.m. To 1:30 p.m.
Okay, I am not available the morning of May 20th at all.
Okay, so Commissioner Lang, can you tell you? I think you said 9:30. What was the other times you mentioned?
The other times, 9:30, 11 a.m., 4 p.m., and 7 p.m. I'm just looking at my schedule again. I don't know how much time I will have in between those times. Like I said, I will have to be a phone in, and I'll do my best.
So when you say 9:30, 11:30, and 4 p.m., are those like an
No. 9:30, 11. So 9:30 a.m., 11 a.m., 4 p.m., and 7 p.m.
Okay, for during those intervals of time, will you be gone 30 minutes or do you have a known time for that?
I do not have the known time. That's why I was bringing it forward. I will phone in between with what time I have. I'm not sure exactly what the time constraint's going to be. So I'm going to try and attend as much as I can. And see if there's some kind of arrangement I can make where I can at least, when I'm not available, maybe be able to listen in. I don't know. It's something I'm going to have to work out.
Okay, thank you for that. Commissioner Tully, you said the morning of the 20th, you're not available at all?
Right.
When does the morning end for you? Because we start.
I could be available for the afternoon session starting at 1:30.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Callahan?
Yeah, I just want to get clarity on the times because I'm looking at my calendar and it's not in agreement with what you said were the times. So on the calendar, there's an invite from 10 a.m. to 1 on the 20th, and then from 5 p.m. to 7:30 PM. Are you saying that that's not the actual meeting times?
That is correct. You should have received an update from Kristen. If that hasn't happened, I'll make sure that that goes out. But that is the time that was voted last week.
Okay, so yeah, those times on the calendar need to be updated because otherwise I won't be at the meeting.
Okay, we'll make sure
I
that
kind of
happens.
live and die by what my calendar says.
Thank you for that. Mr. Tellers, your stand question answered, or you have something else?
Sorry.
Okay, no issue there. So just a recap to follow up on Mr. Fink, in terms of what the commission voted for Monday, May 20th, from 10 to 5, Tuesday, May 21st, 10 to 5. They also voted that the collaborative maps would be done by 3:00 p.m. on tomorrow, so we can send it for VRA review. And the commission also voted that the alternative maps would be turned in tomorrow by 3:00 p.m. so they can also go for VRA review, which will take place on Thursday. So just want to reiterate what was voted.
Commissioner Lang?
I have one question on that. You said that the alternative, which I'm assuming that would be independent maps or individual commissioner maps. Will you clarify for me, do those individual maps need to be presented in a meeting before they go on for analysis?
Not at all,
Okay, thank you.
but they do need to be in tomorrow by 3 p.m.
And just so everyone's clear for the public, I know this process might be a little confusing, but what we're talking about now is not the final deliberation. We're sending draft maps to the court that are due on the 22nd of May. If you recall, last time around, I believe we sent 10 or 11 maps to the court for review, and then we'll hear from the public and enter our final deliberations at a later point.
Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Fink?
I would recommend that the commission adopt the proposed remedial Senate remedial, what the deliberations process document that we just shared. And I can share a red line. I see Commissioner Lang's hand up, so I'm assuming, is that the question, Commissioner Lang?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. If you'd like, I can put that together and perhaps you can take this up to vote a little bit later today, if that's okay.
Sure.
Or I don't want to speak out of turn, Director Woods, but
I mean, I have the red line that they.
oh, okay, great.
Right now.
Okay, so as you can see, the text that's in red is the new text, and it was just replacing Michigan House up at the top there, and then swapping out the dates, which were all obviously earlier dates related to the House remedial plan. So nothing changed substantively at all in the recommended process. So with that, I would recommend that that the commission, if someone move to adopt these plans process.
I move we adopt the process as presented by Attorney Fink.
Second.
We have a motion by Commissioner Lett, seconded by Commissioner Orton to adopt this Senate deliberations process. Is there any discussion on the motion? Commissioner Zatella?
Yeah, it just every single time we have this happen, it's the same lack of responsiveness to the same request that I make. Anytime we're making a change of policy, I would like to see a red line with the proposed document 24 hours ahead of time, which is our rules, so that I can see what's changed. I shouldn't have to take your PDF, convert it to a Word document, and run a comparison in Word in order to see the changes that have been made. And I make this request every single time, and every single time we try to get looking at red lines during a meeting instead of having them provided in advance. It's not professional. So I'm going to vote no, just because I have not gotten this document 24 hours before with the red lines so that I could see what was changed and consider them, rather than being rushed and pressured to do it on the fly in a meeting.
Thank you, Commissioner Zatella. Is there any more discussion? We do have on there that both the collaborative and individual maps are due tomorrow, 3 p.m. Just want to make sure everybody knows that. Okay, hearing no further discussion, we will move to vote. All those in favor of the motion to adopt this process, please raise your hand and say aye.
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 Any opposed, please raise your hand and say nay.
Nay.
The ayes have it, and the process is adopted. Next up on our agenda is mapping. Without objection, I'll ask the Commission return to its collaborative mapping process as pursuant to our rules of procedure and mapping policies. Is there any objection, Commissioners? Commissioner Lang?
No objection. I have something to ask when you're done.
Okay. Is there any objection, Commissioners? All right, seeing none, we will move on to mapping. I believe we have John Morgan helping us today from EDS.
That's correct.
Mr. Morgan, it's always a pleasure to have you. We ended last week with Commissioner Andrade, so we'll be starting back up with you and Commissioner Lang.
Thank you. Before we get started in the mapping, I don't know if Kent Stegall is here today. However, I would like to ask that Commissioner Wagner worked on an individual map, and unfortunately, I'm not going to give out her personal information here. She's not able to be here today for reasons, again, that I'm not going to say. So I'm asking that her individual map please be submitted for VRA review today, if they could get that to her. I do know that she worked with Mr. Stegall, so I don't know, Mr. Morgan, if you have a copy. If you don't, if you could please get with Kent and get that forwarded, it would be greatly appreciated. And that's all I've got. Looking out for my team member.
Mr. Morgan?
Yes, let me address that directly. I do have a copy of Commissioner Wagner's map. Ken Stegall sent it to me. And I can send that forward for VRA analysis with the next group of maps that we send forward, if that's what you'd like me to do. And it sounds like, based on the earlier discussion, that it's not required for that to be shown publicly in order to do that. Is that my understanding correct?
That would be my understanding.
Okay.
Also.
Okay, and then if I could, just to update on the status of maps that were requested to be sent forward. Most of the maps that were worked on were sent forward for VRA analysis. And my understanding is that Dr. Palmer accomplished most of those maps, if not all of them. And just to review this for the commission's benefit, there were 24 maps that were complete maps. It may have been said earlier that there were 18, and one of the maps that was listed as complete, or sorry, one of the maps was had a deviation of 6.82, and that map is May 9th version 2, and it corresponds to map 374. So I'll have to confirm whether or not that was sent forward. I think it was not, because we have a little bit more time to make an adjustment, but the remainder maps were sent forward. And then the other notes that I see here are that the two plans that Commissioner Lang that were listed, that Commissioner Lang drafted, version 1 and version 2 were listed as complete on the My Districting site, but they were replaced by versions 3 and 4, and those were sent forward for VRA analysis. So I think, just making clear of what was sent forward. I think there was just one plan that was not, and I do have a spreadsheet that shows all of the maps that were complete and the ones that are incomplete, so I can review that if needed. And looking at the notes, it looks like this version, May 9th, version 2 was sent forward, but it does have the deviation, a higher deviation than generally you've been wanting to use. So with all that, I will stop talking.
Thank you, Mr. Morgan. If somebody today wants to use their turn to look at that map for Commissioner Wagner, I think that might be a good idea, just so we can see it, but feel free to use your turns how you like.
Mr. Chair, before you get started, I don't have a hand on my screen where I could use that little yellow hand, so I'm using my hand. I just wanted to ask Mr. Morgan to send mine in for VRA 2.
Okay. Yes, that was done, and I believe Dr. Palmer has those results, which will be shared when you review the other results.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
And we have 24 complete maps so far. Is that right, Mr. Morgan?
Yes, 24 complete maps. And again, I have a spreadsheet of that. And I also have the ones that are incomplete and their numbers.
Right. Now, some of those 24s are like later versions are duplicates and then improvements to those like first batch. So we should keep that in mind when we're thinking about how many maps we want to send to the court later next week after we get the VRA analysis. But that is a decision for a later day. Now we can continue mapping and try to improve and fix any issues that we may see. So let's get started with that. And we're going to continue with Commissioner Andrade.
Okay, so Mr. Morgan, if we could pull up map 050924 version 7. And this is a map that we started at the end of our last meeting, public meeting on Thursday. And I believe it was started by Commissioner Vallette. And what we're trying to accomplish in this one is to bring together all the things we've heard from public comment, kind of, and apply them to try and get the best version. But that being said, there are 2 districts that have not been mapped, District 11 and 10, and 5 districts that need significant numbers of population added in, Districts 7, 5, 3, 2, and 13 all need population.
Okay, let me double check the date of that and the number, please.
Okay.
So let me, you said it was what date?
050924 version 7.
Okay, I see, I got it. That's why I didn't see it, because it's incomplete. So give me a second and I'll pull that.
Okay.
I loaded all these other plans, and so that one fell lower on my list of plans, so just a moment. All right. Okay, so this is 0509 version 7. So I have it open, and then I think what we would normally do is copy this and give it today's date. Is that what you like to do, Commissioner Andrade?
Yes, please.
Okay. Okay, so today's date, May 14th, collaborative version 1. Okay, so just to review, that's correct. There were 2 districts that were completely unformed, 10 and 11, and there are several districts that are still out of alignment, notably 2, 3, 5, and 7.
And I believe 13.
And 13, correct.
Okay. So I would like to start with creating District 11, and if we can go to the top and start filling that in from southern Macomb County down to, I think it'll go down to Fraser and west to the line that's 9.
Okay, so you're proposing the southern portion of Macomb Township, and then the western portion of Clinton Township, the eastern portion of Sterling Heights, and down to Fraser.
Yeah,
All right.
we might need more or a little less. I'm not sure, but we can start there.
Okay. I'll just change the color here. The District 11 default color is very similar to the unassigned colors. Okay, so that's the portion of Macomb Township. And for the moment, I'm going to lock District 12.
Okay.
Looks like it is locked. Okay. That's the Clinton Township portion. And that takes it up to 166,000.
Okay, then moving west towards District 9.
Okay, the Sterling Heights portion here.
Yes.
Okay, so at this point, District 11 is 29, almost 30,000 underpopulated.
Okay, and then down to Roseville.
Okay. So all of Roseville is 47,000. So you want a portion of Roseville?
Yes.
Okay, so 2209, 2237, for example.
Yeah. Yep.
Okay. And these are the populations, not the precinct numbers. Okay, and then these are, the next row would be 4103, 3353, 4175, and 2083. That's the population like those. And
Okay.
Takes it up to 13 Mile. And now it's 4.4% under 12,000, almost 12,000 under. Continue in Roseville or Warren?
Yes.
Okay. 37, 35, 34, 15, 36, 4327. Is that what you'd like?
Yes.
All right. So that takes you to 0.5% over, 1419 over.
Okay, and then we can do 10, which would be at this point, yeah, just start moving from East Point west through Warren and a little bit down into Detroit.
Okay, so you're looking at all of East Point and you want all of Warren for the moment?
Yes.
Okay, and Centerline Township internal?
Yes.
So we'll assign those to 10. Okay, and then you have these precincts of Roseville, and then you mentioned.
Yep, those, both of those.
Okay, and then these unassigned precincts in Detroit.
Correct.
Okay, and then there is an unassigned precinct here in Sterling Heights.
Yeah, I never liked how that's is just Sterling Heights. Will that fit into 9?
Yes.
Without, okay, can we put it in 9?
Okay. All right, so 9 is 310 over, so it was able to absorb that precinct.
Okay, and then for 10, if we could.
I'm putting the townships on, so this will
Okay.
show the population of Madison Heights is 28,000, and then Ferndale is, sorry, Hazel Park is 15,000. Ferndale was 19,000.
Yeah, okay, let's put in Madison Heights and Hazel Park.
Okay, that's 43,000. And then I put it into 9, of course. Okay, hang on here, let's clear this. Yeah, I thought so. Okay. I need to unlock District 9. Even though it said it assigned it to 9, it might not have done that. So just a minute here.
Okay.
Okay, so first thing I'm going to do is just reassign that precinct in case it wasn't actually assigned. Madison Heights, Hazel Park. Into 10. Okay, so that shows 10 at 6,070 under negative 2.29. And let me save this. Okay, so it still shows some unassigned territory there. And that appears to be essentially a whole district, but if we add up the deviations here, that's going to probably approximate that whole district. So,
right.
So this is what, 28, 41, 51, 92, 104. So this, it's not just this, but this unassigned area and this unassigned area in Taylor and this unassigned area in Detroit adds up to that amount of population.
Right. Okay.
Okay.
So my thought at this point, which would be the simplest thing, is to put that unassigned between 6, 10, and 9 into 7.
Okay.
7 needs 110,000 basically, but
Okay, so all of this portion of Oakland County for the moment into 7.
yes.
Okay. So let's do that. Okay, so we'll start with Birmingham since that's most proximate to 7. Okay, and then looks like there's a portion of Southfield Township, I think. Yeah. Do you want that next? These are 3 precincts.
Yes. Yeah, put that in.
Okay, so then we have Clawson, Royal Oak, and Berkeley.
Yeah, put that into 7.
Clawson, Royal Oak, and Berkeley. Okay. And it looks like this is probably a precinct of Troy.
Is it? I'm not. Would it go back into 9?
It looks like it could.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Put it into 9.
All right, let me just confirm. So I'm going to select the township and just show that it, without assigning the whole township, just to show that this, I believe, is a portion of Troy. All right, so yeah, that's a portion of Troy. So then I clear that and we'll put it in as a voting precinct into 9. Okay, so that's 9 is about 1,000 over, so that's still within the tolerance. And then switching back to townships for a moment. All right, so we have Huntington Woods, Pleasant Ridge, Ferndale, Royal Oak, and Oak Park.
Okay, I know that's gonna put 7 over, but I think we have to start moving things around in a circular pattern down to 6 and 3 and where we're missing more. So if we could put that in, and if any of the commissioners, I believe we worked on 6 at the end last week. Is that true? Is that accurate? I think.
Yeah, we were configuring it to go in that L-shaped direction.
Okay, because I don't want to mess with it if, you know.
Oh, no, I mean, feel free to mess with it.
No, because there was, I believe Commissioner Callahan was working on that with you, Commissioner Eid, and again, I know like 3 needs population, 5 needs population, 2 needs population, and 13 needs population. So you know, maybe we could put some of Southfield into, wait.
I think,
wouldn't it be easier to start or to make adjustments starting at the riverfront, since that's a hard boundary? I mean, the river's the river, you can't go that way. So for those districts down there, you can only go outbound towards the suburbs. So if you get those riverfront districts set population wise and COI wise, then the other districts can morph around those more easy. I mean, the ones downriver that you run into the water, you can't go anywhere else.
so Commissioner Callahan, that's what I was going to say. I think, and it also depends on what Commissioner Andrade you're trying to do with your turn. When we started this map, yes, I agree that it was an attempt to get the best of both worlds. But also we were trying the idea of trying to wrap districts. So when you start in the suburbs, like for instance, what you did with 10 so far, you're creeping across an area that mimics a lot of the other maps already, instead of using Warren and 8 Mile together. So like using, but you can obviously, you can do whatever you want to with your turn. So instead of merging, I think that's 8 and 10, so.
Yeah, I was under the impression that Detroit was kind of set in a different configuration, and then we were going to work around that. I'm not, you know, what we do with 10 is, you know, is not set in stone. I do like that 11 is more of a suburban area rather than creeping into the urban areas. And then again, we have the area in between 12 and 1 that's not assigned. That needs to be assigned. And Commissioner Callum, I thought maybe you would know where that would go.
Yeah. So I guess it's hard. It's kind of like, at least my personal way of drawing a map. It's hard to follow behind once someone starts drawing in a way that I would not have drawn. So I would just be giving you suggestions, because we ended at 6. Well, really, we ended at 2 and trying to figure out how to wrap Taylor. So then by you starting in Macomb, you're squeezing, you know, you're moving from a different direction. So you're going to have now it's going to be different.
Yeah.
Well, downriver, I mean, the riverfront is not complete yet. We already know two's
Right.
not populated. We got a whole swath of land there between 1 and 12 that's completely unassigned. We've got down there the Taylor and the Allen Park area is not assigned. I mean, on one side of those districts, you have the Detroit River. You cannot go that way. And so we need to figure out, I would, for my mind, just trying to solve a puzzle, I would always start at the riverfront and move outward, because if you leave trapped places at the riverfront, you don't have any place to put them unless you just rejigger everything. So to me, it seems like it would be easiest to figure out where we want 1, 2, 4, what are those districts going to look like, and then go out to the outer limits and then start wrapping things around. But that's just how my mind works.
Okay. I thought we had started with 1. I thought we had started getting rid of 1, 2, 3, 6, 8. And
Well,
that's how we
something's wrong with
started.
1 because
So
there's a gap
what-
there down at the riverfront.
Yeah.
What Commissioner Vallette did with her turn was she took an overlay of the Detroit area and started to fill in the Detroit area. But then I raised my hand and we had the public comment from Gary Moorhead. This is my recollection. So we kind of paused on directly mimicking the Detroit area and started to create these wraparound areas so that we could have about 4 Detroit-centric districts. So 1, 2, 8, and 3 weren't really done. That's why we were moving into Taylor. Taylor is unassigned because that's where we left off.
Okay, and then 6 got completed.
Reconfigured. That's
Yeah,
what
okay.
Commissioner Callahan worked on. So it got reconfigured so that we could wiggle around 5, 3, 2, and so we were moving into Detroit, but we repositioned 6 so that we could do Detroit work.
Okay.
So why don't you guys just delete 10 and finish 2, and then you can go from there.
I mean, it's up to everyone else.
Yeah, no, that's good. I mean, wait.
That's a good idea.
I mean, I don't know that we have to delete it. We can just ignore it for now.
Yeah,
and go back down to
right.
Yeah, so if we switch off and complete Taylor and that area, because again, 2 needs about 75,000 people, 3 needs 35,000 people, and 5 needs 27,000 plus people. So,
so my first question would be, if we look at District 1, does that look like where we want 1? Do we want 1 to stretch across the whole riverfront there and go up almost to 8 Mile? Or do we think we would pare District 1 back and give some of that upper northern part of Detroit over to District 8, right? So 3 could come in down below it, or are we gonna like chop 1 and not have it go as far downriver and give that to District 2? So I mean, to me, we need to figure out what we want in District 1 to look like first and go from there.
and that I defer to Commissioner Kellum.
Well, we're not deferring. We're all drawing and learning together.
Yes.
That's the point of this. We're not, I don't want us to keep doing hot potato. So as long as we're
Bad choice of words.
Yeah. So for one, I would suggest you could kind of keep this, what do I want to call that? The northeastern part of 1. But I think that would have to be adjusted And can we zoom into the map? Sorry, I'll enlarge my screen too. I have lots going on right now.
Yeah, I'm having a hard time seeing those numbers too.
Yeah, I would put Ecorse, River Rouge. And then I would leave Lincoln Park, Allen Park, Melvindale, and put that in District 2.
2, yeah.
And then that'll give, because it also will include Warrendale. That will satisfy what we've heard about COI. Literally, that's putting all of those areas together. In terms of let me be specific, the MENA population and Arab population. So again, if we're talking about one, I would do River Rouge, Ecorse. I would come along that side.
Well, Lincoln Park.
I would put Lincoln Park in with 2. Lincoln Park, Allen Park, Melvindale into 2.
Can we make that change?
Yes.
You're gonna be a little over on population with 2 if you put in both Melvindale and Lincoln Park.
And Allen Park.
Well, yeah, I mean, Allen Park, Melvindale. For now.
That's why I was wondering if Lincoln Park would fit. I don't know. But for sure, we should put Melvindale and Allen Park.
That'd be a good start, I think.
Commissioner Andrade, you want me to put which towns where, please?
Yes. Melvindale and Allen Park into 2.
Okay. And do you want all of Allen Park, including the unassigned area, like that?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, what about, we're gonna have to split Lincoln Park, aren't we?
Depends. You can put it all in 1, all in 2, and split something else. You have options.
Commissioner Muldoon, any thoughts on splitting Taylor versus Lincoln Park?
We've split it, Lincoln Park in a couple. And it makes sense the way we have it split, I think, rather than splitting Taylor.
I see Commissioner Orton and Commissioner Zatello.
Yep.
Why not just try putting the part, Lincoln Park is already split, put the part that is assigned in number 1 into 2 and see population wise how that is, because I know Commissioner Muldoon, made that split there as to how he thought.
Yeah, let's try that. Let's put Lincoln Park in with 2.
Commissioner Zatello?
So what are you doing with the Jefferson Chalmers neighborhood? Because I feel like that needs to be addressed first. Are you putting it into 1 or are you absorbing it someplace else?
I agree. It needs to be addressed.
The Jefferson Chalmers neighborhood is that one on the east side of this district that's not assigned in between 1 and 12.
So yeah, basically what we did is we figured out, or it was a suggestion of what was meant to do with Allen Park, and then we started moving to a different area again. So we need to kind of stay.
Yeah.
The reason why we were making that decision is to better draw 1.
Right, but if you're worried about running over population, so then you're deciding by default that Jefferson Chalmers is going into 12 because.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm just trying to mediate where Detroit goes wrong every time.
Which is where? I don't even understand that comment.
Just keep going.
So we've already actually drawn this exact district before in another map, which is why I'm kind of questioning what's happening. So including this very same cutout on Lincoln Park.
Yes.
Do you have a suggestion, Satella?
No, I'm just questioning, like, I don't know why you'd be worrying about population down on the west end when you have this area that has to be assigned somewhere on the east end. It feels like you need to address that first. And if you're putting into 12, fine, is going into 12. But cutting up Lincoln Park, which is a relatively small city, doesn't make a lot of sense to me to do that, honestly, versus cutting up. I'd rather not cut a small city than cut a big city like Taylor. I just think it's more damaging when you cut a smaller city than when you cut a bigger city. But again, I just don't understand why we're leaving that area of Detroit unassigned while continuing to kind of cut up Lincoln Park, because it seems like ultimately you're going to have to come back to it. And the only place you can put it is 12. And if you don't want to put it in 12, well, then you need to put it in 1 and then make your decisions about what you're doing with the western border.
And I agree with Commissioner Rebecca.
Right.
I
At this
agree.
point, we're trying to put Lincoln Park in with 2.
Well, to Commissioner Zatella's point, we've got this orphan piece of land hanging out up there, and it's going to move the population numbers for either 12 or 1. So if we want to put those little neighborhoods in District 12, fine. But if we're going to put it in 1, let's go ahead and put it there now so we can see what it does to the population numbers, and then we can make the west end correct.
Commissioner
Well,
Orton
we've
has
got-
her hand up.
One thing, we do have a number of holes that all of them have to be addressed, whether it's east end, west end, north end. They all have to be addressed eventually. And whether we move the population, I think the population should go into 1 and then change maybe something in 8, but that's for a different time. At this point, let's try and fill the holes that we were worried about down on the west end. Commissioner Orton?
I agree. I was just gonna kind of say that we're obviously taking population out of 1, putting it in 2, so then that'll be able to fit into 1 easily. It's just whatever order you want to do it in.
Right, and 2 definitely needs population.
Okay, so Commissioner Andrade, you want to continue with what you're doing on the west end and then go back to the-
Yes, if we could put Lincoln Park, the rest of Lincoln Park, it's split now, and put that into 2.
Okay, when the rest of Lincoln Park, do you mean the portion that's in 1 or the portion?
Yes, the portion that's in 1, switch it over into 2.
Okay.
So you have room to put the rest of it into as well.
Okay, let's do that.
When you say the rest of it, you mean Lincoln Park?
Yes.
Okay.
That's what I first suggested. I'm sorry, I couldn't help it. That was unavoidable.
You got there, but Melvindale, Warrendale isn't in it yet. There's a little bit of Warrendale in it, but not the whole thing. So I was saying, so I've been asking folks to let us know which of those 2 are a better fit, because you can't fit both with population.
Right.
But
That's
good for now.
You can even cut off that top part of 2 so that it's more neatly fitting against the boundary. Yep, that little part, John, up to the north of 2.
Yep, I agree.
Agrees to what?
What Commissioner Cullum said, the north part of 2, making it, if you zoom in.
Okay, so this is the city of Dearborn right here.
Well, not
Mhm.
that area, but to the left of that, where you see, yeah.
Okay, so this is Warren Avenue, and these are 6 precincts of Detroit along Warren Avenue.
Those 6 precincts could go into 3. 3 has to be adjusted, but that's what I would recommend.
Yeah, so that's Warrendale. Commissioner Sotelo?
Yeah, I was gonna say that's splitting the COI for Dearborn because those are the exact neighborhoods that are on the border between Detroit and Dearborn that have a very high Arab American population that they asked to be put into Dearborn. That's why they were put in the first place. That's those south of Warren lines. And Warrendale does go a little higher than that, but south of Warren is really where the predominant Middle Eastern population is. Those precincts right along
I
there.
understand who's there. That's why it was a suggestion. And I was saying that because of the population. So it was a suggestion. I wasn't saying she had to do that.
But the population is fine. It's within specifications. So why would you take them off?
It's a suggestion, Commissioner.
Okay. Okay, so let's zoom out and figure out what to do with Taylor. And now we do need, yeah, well, I'm sorry, John. If we could go to the top part of 1 and put that unassigned area in 1.
Okay. Commissioner Zatella's hand is raised.
Oh, sorry, I
Yes.
just forgot to drop it.
Okay, so now with the 5 needing population and 3 needing population, is this workable by moving 3 west, 5 down, south?
Doesn't 1 still need population?
Yep.
So 1 is either going to squeeze into 8 or it's
Yep,
going to go down
and-
into 4.
Right, and if you remember, we're gonna try and make 10 different. Right now, 10 is just a placeholder. And we can work with 8 and 10 into 1. Plus we have that whole big unassigned area. So we have some work to do up there, but we need to figure out what to do with Taylor and try to comply with making sure we don't split up Sumter Township, Van Buren, and Belleville, and trying to keep Romulus whole. So whether Commissioner Zatella, Commissioner Eid has any suggestions there, I'd be happy to turn that over to you guys. And I know what you're thinking. You're thinking, I've already made a mess of it, and now you got to come in and clean it up, but that's okay.
I certainly was not thinking that at all.
Commissioner Zatella was.
No, I don't think she was. But so you have Taylor and you have a low population on 5.
Commissioner Zatella has her hand up too.
Commissioner Zatella.
Yeah, I mean, no offense, but I think this is a dumpster fire.
See, I told you.
And the problem is you've just got this massive population of Taylor that you don't really have any good options to put it. I mean, you could pull off Wyandotte and put it into 1. That's still only 25,000 people. It's not going to balance out Taylor. So then you're just having to go farther south, you know, pulling maybe Groseal and Riverview. But I'm just not really feeling that as being part of a Detroit district. I just think it's just stretching too far. Otherwise, you could, you know, try to reposition Canton, Westland, or even 2, but then you're just creating more problems there because you're going to have to split Romulus and you're going to have to split Van Buren to do that. So, you know, I just think that it's kind of you've boxed yourselves into a corner with what you've done with the Detroit district, which also needs population. It would be very challenging to rearrange all of this and still preserve communities together that, you know, go together. And honestly, I think like I said, we already have this basic configuration already in an earlier map from May 8th and May 9th. And we balanced all those considerations then. So this isn't creating something new. So I guess my question is, we already have 24 maps. What is it we're trying to accomplish here that hasn't already been accomplished, other than this wraparound district that we now have in 6, which there are other ways to accomplish it other than messing up everything down here and having to make hard choices that don't need to be made.
Right. And
That's
the idea was to move in a circular manner, just like the wraparound, 10 into 7 to 6 to 5 to 4, that wraparound. But I thought people needed to have some resolution with the southwest end of this map. So if you know, you guys want to keep going on it, that's fine. If not, we can scrap it. I'm good with it. Yeah, Commissioner Kellum.
Again, another suggestion. You could take that piece of Wayne, Romulus, and Taylor, and I believe this is what Commissioner Zatilla said, and use Southgate, Wyandotte, Riverview, Brownstown, Trenton, in Woodhaven, and keep going south. And then you would have Van Buren, Sumter together. You'd have like this chunk that you could go westward and then extend north to get some population. So, and from my recollection, I mean, those are my suggestions. The only other thing you could do is make a copy of Commissioner, I think it's Curry's map, that was a little bit closer to this, and try to make those tweaks. A large part of the issue is because we started with the overlay from a map that myself, Commissioner Muldoon, and some other people had made suggestions on, and it was just a harder configuration to try and do that. And then you could push 1 and up until District 8, make that little piece in District 8 connect to East Point. But that's what I see here.
Yeah,
If I may, I think Commissioner Curry's map had Southgate and Lincoln Park with 1, I think.
No, yeah, I know it wasn't exact. I just think that the map that we started with is a harder starting point to try and create the RAP districts without taking out.
When I did my map, I didn't think of anybody else's map when I worked on mine, so I don't know how you all are mentioning my map. I just did my map by myself.
Right. I didn't say that. I was saying
I'm not trying to accuse nobody of anything. That's why I'm being very quiet. I'm just listening. I'm just saying that what I said. I'm not trying to get an argument with nobody this morning.
Okay, well, I know when we saw Commissioner Curry's map, we liked a lot of things about that map. So we can just let hers stand because it's a nice configuration, and we can go with that one. I agree with Commissioner Zatella. I think this
one
pretty much a hot mess.
It's a hot mess.
And not something that we can apply what we were hoping to do onto it. So that being said, unless anybody else wants to work with this, I'm willing
this
to
one needs
say
to be scrapped. Let's scrap.
I'm willing to say let's scrap it. And Commissioner Zatella, I see your hand up.
Oh, I'm sorry. I will, when we get to my turn, I'll pick it back up because there's some changes I think that can be made to kind of adopt it. But I'm going to wait till my turn just because
Well, I don't think that would be necessary. I think there's plenty of maps out there that are, like, as you said previously, are very similar to this, and we don't need more of the same.
Right.
The problem is squeezing districts into a confined area and trying to come up with 25 different ones. You're not going to do it. You're just not going to do it, and not changing everything else. Commissioner Lang.
I was simply going to make a comment. It's not so much about the map, but the fact that we have 24 maps already. I'm concerned that we're going to overwhelm the public if we want, good feedback on the maps, on, possible little changes we can make here and there. And if they have to try and go through like 24 maps to get that feedback, I'm worried that we might be overwhelming them by doing too many maps. So if I were to make a suggestion, if there was a specific change that somebody was looking to make, maybe pull one of those 24 that are done and concentrate just on that. So we're not adding, 5 more maps or whatever, to make it a little, not that the public is not capable of looking at all of them, but I know when I go through, sometimes it's even confusing for me to be like, okay, I just looked at this one map, but what map was it? And trying to compare it to another map. I'm just bringing up a point of concern that I hope we're not overwhelming the public with too many maps. But I do believe that there should be, options.
Right. I agree with that. There's too many, and when we go into deliberations, I assume that's what we'll try and pare down, the ones that are very similar, with tweaks on them, and pick the best ones and go with those. But I will say again, this was an attempt to make something that was significantly different than what we had done before. And it was an exercise, and obviously it was a bit of an exercise in futility. So that being said, Commissioner Kellogg.
I also agree with Commissioner Lang, but you also just said kind of what I was alluding to. I think the idea behind this map was 2 things. One, in process, instead of us taking turns and drawing suburban areas first, to start in the Detroit area and to create those 4 districts that are plus or minus created here. and then wrap around. So it was an effort so that the public could see one map that was created with all 13 voices. That was one important thing to happen without giving up. And then the second thing, a part of that was to take in suggestions that reflected, for once in our history, not necessarily agreeing on everything, but helped us have a unified way of listening to the public and for that to be reflected. I'm not really sure why I'm being misunderstood today, but my suggestion, the hardship that we had with this map is we started from a map that was far from the wraparound and this. My suggestion in using Commissioner Curry's map is because it was closer to the goal of what we're trying to do here. So if we abandon it, fine, but I just wanted to add verbal clarity to what the point and opportunity here was. Two things: process, and also the actual outcome of having a collaborative map that closely mimics all of the suggestions, which minimizes public confusion and the fact that we have 24 maps.
Okay, and Commissioner Kellum, so I personally like that we're all working on this map, like you said. Would you suggest that we kind of scrap this one and try the process based on Commissioner Curry's map? Maybe, would that work?
So, I mean, that was my suggestion. Commissioner Zatella suggested that she would take another stab at it on her turn. I don't think it needs to happen on anyone's specific turn. I think it's an exercise of us all working together, but we all have to be willing to do that and to stay in the process, no matter what that looks like. So if we can agree as a commission, not just with me spearheading that I agree, fine. But I don't have a problem with the map being scrapped. I just had a thought of why it wasn't a little bit more difficult.
Commissioner Zatella?
Yeah, I just think we do have plenty of maps that are collaborative and that we've all worked on. And, I don't want to create the impression in the public that somehow that's not what's happened. I mean, we have different maps and obviously there's a desire for a different configuration here. But, we've worked together to get 24 maps, which I think is impressive. And, some of them are going to get dinged on VRA. That's just reality. So we know that's going to happen. That's what happened last time. We started out with a lot, and I think we ended up down to 5. There are still other options out there. And like I said, we've done this configuration in one already. It's in 2 other maps. So it's not like it's something new. This has been done before. It's just, the way that it's currently designed, it's just creating problems, which I think are going to be difficult to overcome.
So Zatella, when you say this configuration, can you define that for me?
So we moved it with the last line with Lincoln Park, but this exact District 1 is in 2 other maps already, where it has that part of Lincoln Park with the little key at the bottom and the exact same layout for 1. So, and it is in other maps, like I said.
District 1 isn't finished though. Also, I'll add that.
Right, but if you go back to the 0508 version 4 map, it has virtually that same district. But we also had very, very different District 4 and very, very different 5 and 6. And so, like I said, it's been tried again and it just doesn't really work great. But because again, you run into these blocks of population basically then you've got to make a choice as to where to put them.
I kind of like how 1, 2, 3, and 8 look on here. It is similar to what's in some other districts. 3 is a little bit more concentric, but in some of those other maps, we have 1 that goes down into a Wyandotte and Southgate. I kind of think this configuration with stopping at E-course is preferable. You could just put Taylor in 4 and then start working on 5 to get the population. It's workable. So I think Commissioner Andrade, if you want to stop for now, I can pick it back up. Commissioner Zatella can pick it back up. Commissioner Kellum can pick it back up, and we can continue from there. But I do think there are some good things.
Okay, if you think there are good things, then, and I believe Commissioner Callahan is next. Would you like to take the torch? Commissioner Callahan?
Sure, if I do this collaboratively here.
Then I'll pass my turn.
Okay.
Excuse me, please, Mr. Chair. Through the chair, Rebecca, your hand is still up. Is that a good up, or do you need to take it down?
No, I had an additional comment.
Oh,
Okay,
go ahead.
thank you.
So I was gonna say, we basically have, if you go back, I actually printed out all the maps over the weekend and put them all together in order of how they evolved. If you go back and you look through our maps, we really kind of have two core configurations for District 1. One is kind of a flatter configuration like this, where we're staying below a certain line, and the other is where it wraps around District 2. So that's common throughout almost every map that we have. It's just one of two configurations. Most of them include Lincoln Park, some do not. But in general, that's just the configuration that we have. So this is very similar to what we already have. District 3, I actually really like, and I think that is not something we've really incorporated into a lot of maps, that combination of Redford with the west side, northwest side of Detroit. And then District 2 has remained largely the same in most of the maps as well. So we've got Dearborn Heights, that little bit of Detroit south of Warren, and then Melvindale and Allen Park, and then variations on Lincoln Park. But there are limits on what you can do within the scope of population and restrictions like water and things of that nature. So yeah, I'm not necessarily thinking that there's anything here that's significantly different from what's been done before, with the exception of 3 and I would say 6. Those districts are a little different. But other than that, this is much of the same of what we already have.
Mr. Morgan?
And so your take on that would be, I mean, given that 3 and 6 are different, you like 3, do you think this is a map that's worth pursuing, or no?
Well, I think we could, you could pursue it if you want to. I mean, like I said, we have 24 maps, so I don't feel like we need to do another map at this time. It just, what would you like to do? Because I do think the 3 is a little different, but I also feel like we have a lot out there already.
So, I'll just say, we keep saying we have 24 completed maps, and we do, but a lot of those maps are just updates to other maps. Like, and a lot of them, for example, we put back together Northville, right? But that's a whole nother map on top of a previous map. So I think that while it is true there are 24 that are complete, as you just pointed out, Commissioner Zatella, there are really only, I would say, 3 or 4 wholly different configurations. The one that kind of looks like this, the one that wraps around Dearborn, and we have a few that Commissioner Weiss and yourself worked on as well that have a little bit of a District 8. And now this one has a little bit of a District 3. So while there are 24 maps, I really think there's a lot less than that when you take into account a lot of those maps are just updates of what we started with. All right, I see a lot of hands.
Yeah, my hand was up.
Go ahead. We'll go Commissioner Kellum, Commissioner Zatella, Commissioner Andrade.
Okay. I'm the broken record here, and that's fine, but because I think we need to eventually get back to mapping. But I'll just say, I echo a little bit, Anthony, of what you just shared. 24 maps, including one that myself and Commissioner Muldoon worked on for a very, very long time, and other maps that were quickly edited and drawn because Commissioner Zatella can draw a map within 5 seconds. And then maps that we reviewed and liked. Commissioner Curry, Commissioner Lang made suggestions, but I think, and I will speak for myself, this might not be of value to anyone else. I think this map, and it does not, again, we could restart this map in a more clear, more blank canvas. I don't care about that. I think this map is about the process in which we're drawing and the fact that we're drawing starting with an area that typically gets drawn last. There might be, I'm not trying to say that other methods were bad. I don't want anybody to be offended. So when I say collaborative, I mean, this is the map, to my recollection, where I have heard the majority of commissioners' voices. That is not only important for the court, that's important for the public, that they're understanding that, and that's important to me as a commissioner, that we are all making an effort together to draw. So this is why I like the process of this map and think that it stands out among the 35,000 maps that we have. There is something different that's happening here, and I think it goes to say a lot for the commission. Now, I'm not gonna say that again.
Commissioner Andrade?
Yeah, I just wanted to point out, well, first of all, thank you, Commissioner Kellum. I agree. I like working on the maps more together. But District 3 actually needs 35,000 people. So by the time you're done configuring it, it might not look like 3 anymore, the ones you like.
Mr. Morgan?
The only thing I would say is that's been said is that this configuration of 3 is very similar to Commissioner Curry's map, and the fact that it has Redford in with the Western Detroit. That's all.
Commissioner Zotalo?
Yeah, I just again think that we've worked on all these maps collaboratively. I don't think there's anything unique or different about this map over any other map. It's just been a process where people chime in where they have something interesting to say about the area. That may not be all commissioners, and that's to be expected. Someone who's not from the area might not chime in, but I don't think there's any particular, there's no special sunrise about this map versus any other map that we've worked on, except that at this point we have a map which with significant population discrepancies that needs to be fixed. So at this point, let's just get back to mapping and decide what we're doing with this.
All right, so Commissioner Callahan, floor is yours. Do you want to continue with this or look at something else?
I think what I would like to do is, for now, close this map and open up Commissioner Curry's map.
Okay, so we'll close this map and open up our map. Do you anticipate editing it, or do you just want to view it first?
Let's just view it first.
Okay.
I'm not gonna edit mine. That's the one I
Oh,
did.
no, we're not going to edit yours, Juanita. It's just that there's been so much discussion of how the downtown area, the Detroit area, is a very good base, possibly as a jumping off point for a different kind of map. So I just wanted to pull that up and take a look at it and see what you had done there as a base starting point.
Okay, and you could also put it as an overlay on this or other maps. Okay.
Yeah, let's just look at the map first. Overlays drive me crazy.
And also, while I'm doing this, Commissioner Curry, your map is unchanged and it will remain that way. They're just looking at the map.
Oh, that's fine. Thank you.
You're welcome.
There's somebody out there.
And I'm just going to change the colors of 6 and 2 so they're clearer. So the numbers are different, of course, but the configuration, this Redford and Western Detroit is what you were talking about. And then you can see how District 2 is configured with about half of Taylor, and then Allen Park, Melvindale in with 2. And then Southgate, Lincoln Park, Ecorse and River Rouge are in with 1.
Okay. And 12 is the same.
Oh, it's almost the same, but Taylor is split on 2, and 1 goes south into Lincoln Park and Southgate. That's the big difference with 1 and 2 here.
Yeah, and I was gonna say I like the configuration that we were just working on for 1 as a personal preference. I'm not a huge fan of maps that wrap 1 into 6, but I think using this map as a reference, the numbers. But if you could go along like we did and go more into District 3, but keeping Hamtramck and Highland Park whole, there are things you can do on the, what side is that? The western side of 1, where it could bleed into 3 instead of it wrapping off. Because to me, it creates an issue for the downriver communities of interest that go all the way up into 8 Mile. I think that's way too broad for any Detroit district if we're thinking about how to use some of the suggestions from this map for another map.
So you would say start with this map and change 1 so that it doesn't wrap up to the north, but actually stays along the riverfront.
And I would not include Southgate.
Commissioner Zatello?
Sorry, I was on mute. Can we have 10 and 3 changed to different colors? I'm just having a hard time judging where that border line is between the 2 of them.
Okay.
And then overall, I actually like this map, and I like the District 6 and District 8 and how they wrap around like that. I think they're good options.
Yeah, I would just say for communities of interest, it's not because of what it does to 3.
You like 6 and 8?
Mm-hmm.
Well,
Just if we're trying to come up with a map that has that wrapping concept that accomplishes this. So what communities of interest are being split up in 3?
So it's not it's a representation thing. It's not a split. You have Belle Isle, the Gold Coast, with Hamtramck, and then Highland Park. Highland Park is its own municipality inside the city of Detroit.
Right.
And then you have it with the northwest side of Detroit. And then you also have the east side there. So that's a pretty chaotic district when we're talking about different communities. We have Morningside, Yorkshire Village, that community, which is close to Grosse Pointe, as we've heard. But then you're also talking about Palmer Park, Palmer Woods, Green Acres, Schultz with Bagley, and then you're sweeping in different ethnicities and different communities that are in Hamtramck, Banglatown. Like I said, then you have Highland Park, which has also come out and expressed their issues. And then you have a part of the entertainment district in Midtown, all in one district. That is chaotic as a Detroiter. So again,
so
you can have a district like that. All those different communities, it's not even about a split, it's about slamming people together.
okay. Can you move this map down just a little bit and let me see the northern suburbs? Okay, that's good. Yeah.
Commissioner Zatello?
So I'm curious what Commissioner Curry's thoughts are on 3, because she drew this. So obviously she had some thoughts on 3 and 6 and 1. Do you think that these are cohesive, good districts? I would assume you didn't draw them if you didn't think so.
I thought so, so that's
Okay.
what we're doing. So if you
Thank
don't, you all don't like them, that's fine.
But see, that's a baited comment. This map is not being brought up to critique the map. It was just supposed to be a starting point.
Brittany,
We're
don't
already.
go there. I'm not trying to argue with you. I
I'm
just
not
said I
arguing with
liked it.
Commissioner
All right,
Curry.
You all don't even have to look at it.
That's
liked
why I
it.
was trying to say that, so you
You
wouldn't.
saying, you
Oh my
got the nerve to say that Highland Park and Hamtramck, they so close together, why wouldn't they be,
This is
energy
not
of
about
interest?
Commissioner Curry's map, you all. That's not why we pulled up this map. Let's stay focused.
That's why you didn't pull it up.
Let's bring it back, folks. Please, everyone. Let's bring it back. It's Commissioner Callahan's turn. She wanted to bring this map up to look at it. We're looking at it. What do you want to do next?
It was a baited comment by Commissioner Zatel. She knew that that would activate Commissioner.
Everybody has
Commissioners, point of order. Commissioners, I just want to remind you that the public is watching on YouTube, and when you speak over each other, it is very difficult to hear. Please wait until you're acknowledged by the chair. Thank you.
Welcome.
All right, Commissioner Callahan.
I'm going to pass, thanks.
Commissioner Eid, I have my hand up.
Go ahead, Commissioner Stella.
So it's not a baited comment. I think you're taking this very personally, Commissioner Callum. Commissioner Curry is also a Detroiter. I value her opinion. She drew this. So I don't think it's inappropriate or baited to ask her her opinion. And I happen to agree with her. I think that, Highland Park and Hamtramck are not an unusual assortment. And again, this is offering different options out there. And I actually think she does a good job of balancing the concerns of those communities in 4, along with the structure of Detroit, to create a different option for what's out there. So I like this map, Commissioner Curry, and thank you.
I'm just going to say this. It was not about Commissioner Curry's map. It was Commissioner Callahan's turn, and she was looking at this map to see where to start drawing. Commissioner Zatella, if you don't want to participate in the collaborative process, instead of every time you raise your hand to say what you don't like, don't speak, because it's not collaborative.
Commissioner Eid, can I have a point of order? Could we?
No,
Point of
I'm
order.
sick of it. I'm sick of you doing that. Just keep your
Point
hand
of
down and
order.
keep yourself
Point of
on
order.
mute.
Chair, please.
I'm sick of
Make
her.
everyone
Let me-
be, please.
Please mute Commissioner.
Let's mute everybody. Thank you. I heard a point of order. Who had it?
I did, Chair.
I did.
Thank you.
We both did, actually.
Okay, go ahead.
I would just request that Commissioner Callum be instructed to behave with civility and professionalism and stop attacking fellow commissioners.
Commissioner Lang, was it the same thing?
I'm going to withdraw my point of order. I would just like us to proceed.
Commissioner Andrade?
Yeah, so I just wanted to get back to this map, and I understand what Commissioner Cullum was saying. I don't think she was trying to say you needed to, Hamtramck and Highland Park shouldn't be together, but that Highland Park and Hamtramck together are a unit, but do they really go with the Gold Coast? Do they really go with Palmer Woods? Do they really go with English Village? And this is a great configuration, but it's there, we have it. Let's try something a little different for 1 and 3, and maybe 10 and 11. That's always my thing, but let's get on with mapping. Thank you.
Commissioner Curry?
I suggest that you all can just take this map and just move on and do one by yourself or do one together and leave this alone. I don't, whatever, I just did a map and looked like it's bothering folk. I drew a map by myself, wanting to put something out there. When everybody else draw a map, I don't tell them, I don't like this and I don't like that. That's the map I drew. If you don't like it, move on and draw one on your own. That's what you should do. Don't tear mine up because you don't like it. Just draw your own map. I did something that I want to do because I don't like all this interference. I do not get with all this craziness. So I just wanted to do something by myself. So if you all don't like it, start one of your own and do it, configure it. Do whatever you want. I'm tired of the arguing. The arguing is getting on my nerves.
All right, well, this map is out there. Nobody's changing it. We might create a copy later, but no one's done that yet. And I think a lot of people do like it. So, Commissioner Callahan, still your turn. Did you say you wanted to end it?
No, I pass.
Okay, Commissioner Kellum.
I just want to be clear, just like I said before, I like Commissioner Curry's map. I said that when I saw the map, I wasn't critiquing the map. I was following the exercise that was led by Commissioner Callahan, and she asked a question. That is all I was responding to. So if nobody is going to advocate for me today, I will advocate for myself. I will always.
The map.
Commissioner Curry, please let Commissioner Kellum finish.
I never said that I did not like the map. She was trying to draw. She was starting to draw an area and she was asking for suggestions. When we were using this map as a base, your map being brought up, Commissioner Curry's map being brought up, I don't even have to personalize it by saying your, was not to critique the map. It was going to be used as a starting point. Unfortunately, another question that was posed, a statement that was said, and it started to be what someone liked and disliked. It was not to have Commissioner Curry's map be critiqued.
You critiqued it.
Okay.
It's for, oh my goodness.
I think there's just some misunderstanding what's going on. That's okay. We can get back to it.
Leave it alone.
And move. We can just
You
move.
don't like it, fine.
There'll be multiple turns for everybody to take a map and make a copy and change it. So thank you, Commissioner Callahan. Commissioner Curry, you're next. Would you like to make any changes to anything?
No, and I pass. Thank you. Let these
Okay.
well-to-do people know what they want to do. Let them do it.
Thank you, Commissioner Curry. Okay, then it comes to myself. All right. John, is this available as an overlay?
Yes, Commissioner Reed, it is.
Okay, good. Can you go back to, so you can close this.
Jeez.
Let's open map 379.
Okay, so that's version 859. Sorry, May 9th, version 8.
Yeah, that's correct.
And do you want to view it or make edits to it?
I don't know yet. Let's just view it.
Okay.
Excuse me, please, Mr. Chair. Through the chair, commissioners, if you are not speaking at the moment, if you could put yourself on mute, we're getting some background noise from somewhere. Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I thought I saw somebody's hand up just now, but.
That was Commissioner Orton.
Go ahead, Commissioner Orton.
Well, I was just going to ask you, I don't happen to have this on my list, so I was going to ask you where this map came from, but now that it's open, I think I recognize it.
Yeah, this is the one that was like the collaborative one that we all have been like kind of updating this whole time. It's the one with the 3 Detroit configurations, one that has the downriver community with, wrapping around Dearborn, and a District 3 that includes Highland Park with Hamtramck and other parts of central and northern Detroit, but doesn't go quite all the way to the coast and to the border between where Grosse Pointe is. I like this District 3 a lot because it doesn't go all the way, but it still incorporates much of the Detroit area with Hamtramck and Highland Park. And I recall some comments last week at our Southfield hearing. I believe it was the Reverend who advocated for that kind of district, but then it also has a District 8 that has the rest of Detroit, along with parts of Warren and Centerline, as well as East Point. So I'm kind of trying to think about how to turn, I'm looking at District 6, trying to see if, maybe we can incorporate more of Detroit into that, or maybe take off the southern part of 1, because it does go down, I think, a little too far into Wyandotte. And I think Wyandotte would be better served in District 4. And then also taking a look at the Romulus area and seeing if we could figure out a way to either put that in 4 and 5. 4 or 5. I don't think it matters which one it goes in, but if we could figure out a way to have it be in 1 without splitting up Taylor, I think that would be good. So let's just start by, so now we're going to need a copy, John.
Yeah, no problem.
All right, let's start by putting Wyandotte into 4. And so this is where we're kind of having trouble. Romulus has a large population. If we put it in 5, that makes 4 very low in a way that probably is not configurable. So I don't really see much of a way to do it without splitting up Taylor, but I know we don't want to do that. So we probably need to have this discussion of, we're going to have to split something up, right? Is it the Van Buren, Belleville, Sumter configuration? Is it Romulus, like how it just was? Is it Taylor? Or do we include Wyandotte with District 1? I'd love to hear some opinions, specifically on that. Commissioner Orton.
Well, I just would like to hear from some residents of Taylor, because I know that we heard keep Taylor whole a lot from Anthony Scannell. But then I noticed in the map that he actually submitted, Taylor is not whole in his map. So I found that really interesting, and I would love to hear from residents of Taylor as to, if there is a good place to split or why it needs to be whole. That's just my wonder.
I do remember the first time we went around doing this, a lot of people didn't like what we did with Taylor. If we look at, the whole 30,000 public comments, but I kind of like what we did before with Romulus. However, we heard today from, the mayor, a pretty impassioned public comment. So we're gonna have to split something up. The question is what? We do have Lincoln Park there too. Oh, I thought that was in 1 on here. It's not. All right, can you add that to 1, Commissioner Zatello?
What about doing Dearborn Heights, Dearborn, Melvindale plus Taylor? Is that going to be overpopulation or will that be clipped?
Well, if you take out Taylor from 4 and then you added some of Lincoln Park to 4, that would probably do what you want.
That's what I was thinking, actually.
Yeah, I've thought about that too, but I don't know if that would serve the community well. I mean, the community's come out and told us they kind of like this configuration that we have. But it is, it is a possibility.
Chair Ede, Lincoln Park is so small. Why would you split it?
No, I'm not talking about splitting Lincoln Park. I'm talking about putting the whole thing
Oh, okay.
in 1, which is how it was in the other.
Yeah, because it's
Other
not
map
that,
we were
it's
just
not
looking
that, it's not large at all.
Commissioner Zatello?
Well, I don't think we've had a map that has the configuration with Dearborn, Dearborn Heights, Melvindale, and Taylor that the community could comment on. I don't think we've seen that yet, because you could swap out Allen Park and Lincoln Park for Taylor. And then you're keeping Taylor whole. We're not splitting it. Lincoln Park and Allen Park would go down with 4. And then you'd still have, I think, I just spitballing the numbers, 2 fairly complete districts.
Yeah. Well, since this configuration is already out there, let's give it a shot and see if then I do want to work my way up to 6 and include more of the areas east of Redford with 6 if possible. So let's try that with 2, see what it gets us.
Okay, so we have Romulus whole in 5, which you did, and then we're 21,000 over in 4. So you want to take all of Taylor out and put it in 2?
Right, and you're gonna put Lincoln Park and Allen Park in 4.
Okay, and then you also done Wyandotte 4. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know about it because I do think Allen Park and Lincoln Park should be in either 1 or 2. I don't feel super strongly about which one, but going down into 4, I
So
don't
you
know
put
about
both
that.
of them in, if you put both of them in 4, you'll be over in 4. If you put Lincoln Park, you'll be right on the money.
All right, let's just do Lincoln Park then. All right, where are we at with
You're
1?
over on 2. You got Melvindale should even out 2 or something else.
Do we think there are any parts of Taylor that can go in 4? Some southern precincts of it? And 4 is right on the money. what if you just put that southeastern portion, a few of those precincts from 2 into 4. So bring the population down on 2 a little bit.
Allen Park or Taylor?
What do we think, commissioners? Would it be better to take a little bit of Allen Park or a little bit of Taylor out?
I think Allen Park.
That is helpful. Thank you, Marcus. All right, Allen Park it is.
Okay, so you're gonna push the population higher in 4.
Yes.
Okay, are you trying to
with a little
zero?
bit.
Yeah, okay, so you're not trying to take all of the surplus from 2 yet.
Just trying to get it to green.
You're trying to get 2 to green.
Yep.
So you'd need 12,000 to do that, and that would take 4 to 10,000.
Yeah. There's
Remember, you still have 1 off. Yeah.
What I think we're going to want to do is try to get it to 6 and then go a little bit eastward. Or we're going to have to go westward. Well, okay. So we're going to have to go eastward on 6 and then eastward into 8 and then eastward into 3 and then eastward into 8. So, but we got to start here. So what do you think, John?
Well, so you are not contemplating taking Melvindale out of 2.
No.
Okay, so then you'd be splitting Allen Park here.
Right.
Okay.
Go ahead and add those precincts into 4.
Would keep it south of 94 in Allen Park, Southfield 94 area.
Yeah, I think that's right. Okay, so that's what happened. So you're on the high end of 4 and 2 is really close. So you've got 2 precincts up here in Detroit, which are the Warren Avenue precincts.
Yeah, let's add those into 1 for now.
Okay. Okay, so then your population on 2 is okay. You're still over on 5 because of Romulus.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. All right, let's circle around to 5.
Okay, so at this point,
Actually, I don't want to do that. I want to circle around to 1. All right. And we're
So
5. Yeah, we talked.
So yeah, it's already split here in Westland. And then you're talking about taking 1 into 3 or 6.
Well, how about we put the rest of that part of Detroit and Redford. Let's just do Detroit into 1. So the parts east of Redford that are currently in 6, put it in 1.
Okay, you probably won't be able to take all of it, but let me look at that. No, that's close. Yeah, that might work. Okay, these are relatively small. So I'm just going to select it without assigning it. So that's going to be, say, 40,000 almost, or 42,000 if you take all of it.
All right, let's go ahead and do that. We're going to have to come back here after we fix 5.
Okay, so 6 is under. And right now you've got, let's see, you got your Northville, Plymouth is all whole, and it looks like Westland split. So 5 is over, so you have up to 10,000 people from 5, and Inkster is a lot more than that. Okay. 26, yeah, 26, okay. What if we were to add, no, 5's already over. Yeah, it's really Romulus, because my gut is telling me to put Garden City in with 5 and then take 6 eastward and edit from there, but we're already overpopulation on 5. Because what I heard from the previous mappers, they liked that District 6 that included Redford, some of Detroit, possibly with Livonia, or we could go up into far, we could do do exactly what you're highlighting. Commissioner Zatello?
So the mayor of Romulus today said they wanted to be with 4. That was his last comment that he made.
Yeah, he did say that, but there's already, Romulus is a large population and we're already okay on 4. Unless you were to flip it, because what is that, 25,000 people?
Yeah, and we've got, remember we split Allen Park, so you're holding 10,000 of Allen Park in 4 right now.
I don't see a way to put it into 4 while keeping Sumter, Van Buren together, because that has more population. Maybe we can try it. Put Romulus in 4. Okay, now that strip on 5, let's make it go down into the 2 southern precinct, the 2 southern townships.
This way?
Yep. All right, what are we at with 4 and 5 now?
4 needs 13,000.
4 needs 13,000 more.
Mm-hmm.
Can you zoom in on 4?
You got Allen Park, but I don't know if you want to do that.
I'd rather take from 5 at this point, and then we can edit 5. That township right there, the name is escaping me, but it has about 17,000.
Yeah. Wayne.
Yeah, that's the strange one. Wayne Township within Wayne County. Interesting. All right, let's put that into 4.
All right.
All right, 4 is okay. Just generally, how are we feeling about that kind of shift with 4 and 5? Obviously, 5 is going to need to change along with 6, and we're going to push it eastward into 1, I think, and then 1 into 3, and then 3 into 8. I think that's kind of what we were trying to do earlier, but we couldn't figure out a starting point. So this kind of gives us it a little bit. Now, however, with 5, you're going from Plymouth all the way down to Sumter. Even if we take Plymouth out of there, and that could work with it being Canton down to Sumter and east into Inkster. It's an option, but I would love to hear thoughts. Commissioner Zatello?
Yeah, I don't think Sumter, Van Buren, and Belleville should be together. And I think Sumter and Van Buren are probably going to want to be with Huron and Romulus, not pushed up to the kind of northern developed suburbs with Plymouth, Canton, Westland, and Inkster. So I just don't think anyone in that area is going to like that configuration.
Can you repeat the first part of what you said?
That Sumter, Van Buren, and Belleville are better fits for Romulus and Huron,
Yeah.
and being tied in downriver. When you start pulling them up And then even pulling Wayne in with downriver, that just doesn't make any sense, honestly, just totally different areas. I think the better configuration is keeping Plymouth, Canton, Westland, Wayne, and Inkster together, maybe going north on 5 and then reconfiguring around Taylor so that you can keep Van Buren, Belleville, Sumter, Huron, and Romulus together in a more downriver centric district.
Yeah, I tend to agree. I mean, that's how we had it originally, but Romulus was split. And I think we're going to run into problems with, where do we split? We're going to have to split something, it seems. Unless, does anyone have any ideas of a way to do this without splitting these?
You're probably going to have to split Taylor or Romulus. That's the choice.
Yeah.
And, we do have other configurations where Romulus is not split. So, I mean, they are out there already on the maps that we've done where we have Romulus whole with Taylor actually. But that involved a different configuration of 2 where we didn't have Taylor with 2, we had Southgate or Lincoln Park with 2. So.
Yeah. And, out of those 2 choices, splitting up Romulus or splitting up Taylor, I'd probably go with how we had it on Romulus. I mean, at least there we used the expressway in a way that to me made sense, for the reasons that were stated last week. And I don't love Taylor being with District 2 here either. So yeah, I don't know about this, but let's see what we got. Let's keep working at it. See if we can configure it into a way that at least works. So let's go between 6 and 1 now. So we're going to add in parts of 1 into 6.
Okay, so again, we took a big bunch of 1 away from 6. So now you want to put that back into 6, some of it.
Actually, could you overlay Commissioner Curry's map on top of this?
Okay. It'll be pretty different there, but I see what you're saying. Just a moment.
Well, I just want to see how that District 6 was in it.
Yeah, the District 6 is going to be Redland and, this sort of a square in this part of Detroit, but I'll bring it up.
You know what? I'm sorry. Never mind. Don't even do that. The map, can you delete this and just go to the map we were working on earlier that Commissioner Andrade had?
Okay, so continuing that map from where it was?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah,
All
this, I tried to work something out with Romulus. It doesn't work. At least not right now.
Okay.
But
so close plan. Okay, and again, this was version 2 for today, so just go ahead and delete this. You're the only person that's worked on.
Yeah, you can get rid of it.
Okay.
It was worth a shot.
Okay, so then we're going back to today's date version 1. Let me open that.
Okay, now can you put Commissioner Curry's overlay onto it?
Yes. So yeah, the dark blue lines are Commissioner Curry's.
Okay, let's see. And is 3 okay? 3 needs population, right? And how does 8? Does 8 need population as well?
No, eight is okay.
8's okay, but we're gonna have to add to 3, so we're gonna have to take from 8 in order to make room for Taylor. Okay, and then can you zoom out a little bit too? Let's see what like the Sterling Heights area is looking like here. All right, it's still split in this one. Okay. Can you put East Point with 8, please?
All of East Point.
Yep. Okay, and now let's look at District 1. District 1 is over, if I recall.
District 1 is under at
Oh,
the
it's
moment.
under. It's still under. And this is kind of what the Senate districts are very large, right? So I think we are going to have to combine communities, but we have to find a way to do it that makes sense. That's why I kind of like the one that goes around Dearborn, because it combines the southwest downriver community while keeping it whole with parts of Detroit who, you know, I think that makes sense. But this is a different one that is it goes up through the river, which can also make sense. It's just different populations. Either way, you're combining parts of downriver with parts of Detroit. Question is, how do you do it? I do like how on here, it's pretty much just Ecorse, River Rouge. Yeah, just Ecorse and River Rouge. I think when you go into Southgate and Wyandotte, I mean, it could work, but I think I think those communities are better in 4.
Well, right now you're under 49,001, and Lincoln Park is what, 40.
Right, but we just added population to 8, right?
Yes.
Okay, so let's look at the border between 1 and 8, because they're about the same delta between the two. All right, and we can turn off the overlay for now. I wanted to see how District 3 looked, and we're gonna have to take some of 8, put it into 3, and some of 8 and put it into 1, and then go a little bit north on 8. I do know that Taylor is unassigned here. In my opinion, we should just overlay some of the other parts that have other maps that have Taylor into 4 and just copy that, because I think most of us like the districts 4 and 5 we have on some of the other configurations. But now let's just work on 1, 3, and 8. Okay, so between 3 and 8, let's see. Actually, what do we think would be a little better? Working on 3 first or working on 1 first? Any thoughts? Okay, let's do 1 then. So the Midwest neighborhood, that seems like an obvious place to add to 1. So yeah, let's add Claytown and Midwest to one, and then after that, it is 12:30, so we will go on break.
Okay, and do you want me to try to align with the neighborhood or?
If you could, that'd be good, but if you
This one, I think splits, the census block, I think splits, but these I can take out.
yeah, that's probably gonna go into 3 after, but it is 12:30 and we do have a scheduled break at this time. So let's break. We'll be back at 1:30. All right, everyone, welcome back. I'll call this meeting of the Michigan Independent Citizens Redistricting Commission back to order at 1:31 p.m. Department of State, if we could get a roll call, please.
Absolutely, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, Commissioners. When I call your name, please say present. If your location has changed from this morning's meeting, please share your current location. I will begin alphabetically with Commissioner Andrade.
Present.
Commissioner Callahan.
Present.
Commissioner Curry. Commissioner Eid.
Present.
Commissioner Kellum. Commissioner Lang.
Present.
Commissioner Lett.
Present.
Commissioner Muldoon.
Present.
Commissioner Orton.
Present.
Commissioner Zatella.
Present.
Commissioner Ballet.
I'm present, but it said the host has stopped my video.
Okay. I'll get back to you after roll call.
Okay.
Commissioner Wagner. Commissioner Weiss.
Present.
I'm going to go back to Commissioner Curry.
I'm sorry, I had it on, but I'm present. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Kellum. Mr. Chair, you have 11 commissioners present. You do have a quorum.
Thank you, Ms. Young.
You're welcome.
All right, let's continue down the path we were going on. We're going to return to mapping.
Mr. Chair, I'm sorry. Before you begin, I would again like to ask the commissioners that if you are not currently speaking or called on by the chair, to please mute your microphones. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Young. All right, Mr. Morgan, we all ready to go? If you need some time, it's okay.
No, I'm good.
Okay, let's pull back up what I was working on before the break.
All right.
And we were
The last thing I did was move the Midwest neighborhood into one, including these blocks here.
Okay, and 3 still needs population as well, right? Yeah, well, so that whole area of Barton McFarland, you could put that in 3. Thank you.
Chair, I would just like to acknowledge for the record that it looks like Commissioner Kellum has rejoined. Commissioner Kellum, if you're there, can you just state that you're present for the record?
Present.
Is the area north of 8 Mile here assigned or unassigned? Okay, it is unassigned. All right. That is useful for later. So do you see those areas of Schaefer, Schultz? Yeah, that whole square there that goes from Schaefer to Schultz. Let's put that in 3. Okay, 3 is okay. So
Do you want this little bit of Schultz?
yes, please. Okay, now one needs 30,000 people. What's the population of Ferndale above there on 8?
Ferndale is about 19,000.
Okay, let's assign that to 8. And you can put Royal Oak Township in there as well. Okay, now we're gonna go on the other end and we're gonna take from 8 and put it into 1 because 1 still needs about 30,000. Let's go. The last thing I had to do before break was the Midwest neighborhood. So let's go right back around there. Yep, and we can put up the neighborhoods. Okay, so all of these areas west of Hamtramck, all of these neighborhoods, yeah, so Boston Edison, Russell Industrial, all the way to Goldberg and Narden Park. Let's put all those in 1. And please, if anyone would like to chime in, please do so. I'm trying to get the Detroit areas of this map right, so then later, someone can take it and try to configure the wraparounds that we were talking about when we left off last week.
No, I think that looks good, Commissioner Eid, and then I assume you're gonna do something similar along one and doing a little bit of what you're etching out into, what is that, 8, the northwest side of 1 too. So I think that makes sense.
Yeah, you could either do that or you could do Oak Park into 8, just depending on where we're at. But I'm trying to keep Hamtramck and Highland Park together
I
here
would.
in 8. So but we're kind of going around it. Okay, that worked nicely. Boston Edison is in there. Yeah, that's fine.
So yeah, then I don't know if you want to adjust on Dexter Linwood, and then we've also got this issue here, which I don't think you want to do that. That's the whole precinct. And you can split it along the neighborhood, but I think the block splits.
Is it split now? That looks like a different neighborhood.
So there's almost no people here.
All right. Well, you can leave it where it is then at 8 for now.
Okay. This would be reuniting Pole Town if you put that in with 1, and it's only 52 people.
Oh, that's part of Pole Town. Okay. Thank you for that clarification. Yeah, that can be in 1.
I think, yeah.
It looks like it has its own outline, but yeah, it's part of Pole Town. It's the Hamtramck assembly plant.
Yep.
Okay, so 8 now. Let's look at, so 1's okay, 2's okay. Uh-oh.
Okay, so the question is, do you want to align the Dexter Linwood into 8?
Please.
All right. Okay, there we go. We got 1 missing here. Okay,
Okay, so 3 has that Redford Detroit configuration, 2 has the Dearborn Heights, Warrendale, Melvindale, Allen Park, Lincoln Park, that's fine. 1 goes from Ecorse to the east side. That is fine. We need some more on 8, right?
and you're also down 40,000 on 10.
Yeah, I'm not worried about 10 at this moment. That can be expanded outwards later. I want to get the Detroit parts right on my turn, and then we can go, and the next person can look at that, or they can look at putting Taylor perhaps either in 4 or 5 and copying what we have on some of the other maps for that configuration. That unassigned area above 8, so that's Oak Park. What are we looking at for population there?
Oak Park, I think, is 58. And then you got about 6,000 up here. So, sorry, not Oak Park. I was thinking Royal Oak. So Oak Park 29, and then this is 6. And then 2,000.
Good. All right, that gives us just under 40. So let's put that in.
Into what?
Into 8.
All right.
Commissioner E. Got my hand raised, but I don't think you saw me.
Go ahead.
Just to add a quick question.
Yeah.
I was thinking, what do you think about that going into 6 instead of that going into 8? It might not make that big of a deal.
To 6. I mean, I like crossing over 8 Mile with those communities specifically. How we did in the house maps. I think there's a lot of folks that have moved from those northern Detroit neighborhoods into specifically Oak Park, Royal Oak Township. So it could go either way. I'm not, I don't feel strongly about it.
Me neither. I literally was just posing it as a question. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, I don't, if you want to change that, please, more than welcome to. I really don't feel strongly about it one way or another. Once somebody does something to 10, you might have to do that, right? So it's just on how it looks there.
I just wanted to hear your thoughts. So thank you.
I like it. I think it does it in a way that makes sense. Crossing over a little, but not too much into Oakland. And I do like how it does have East Point as well. The only question I really have, can you put the neighborhoods back on? Can you go a little bit more south? Yeah, so I guess my comment is, this area of the east side that includes Cornerstone Village, Morningside, East English Village, up through Maple Ridge and into East Point. That's kind of like where I'm thinking about if we do move something between 1 and 8. But we do have other configurations that have that east side going up with East Point and Warren and Centerline. So I think it's okay for now in this configuration, but that is something to consider moving
I
forward.
personally like that. I can't speak for other commissioners. I also like it because it's a different choice for the members of the public to interact with.
Right.
And I think having those neighborhoods more, what I'm going to describe as centrally located, as opposed to putting it up with East Point, makes a little bit more sense for those communities of interest.
Okay, we can leave it for now. See what people say. Commissioner Lang?
I think it's kind of, it is interesting and it's different, and that's good. Different is always good. That's something we hear from the public a lot. I'm kind of curious, were any aspects of it taken from maps that were put in on the portal? Because I see a couple of features that look familiar. So I'm kind of wondering if maybe it's incorporating some communities of interest from maps that were submitted online.
I'm
Were,
not, I'm not looking at anything right now. I'm kind of just doing it freehand.
uh-huh.
But I mean, the COIs are what we've been doing this whole time, and I think we know them pretty well by now. So yeah, I don't know what's on the portal or what's not on the portal right now, but I'm just doing it freehand. I think 6 was from the portal from our last meeting, or if not from the portal, from the public comment.
Okay, I'm just trying to get a feel for the different communities of interest that I may have missed. I know I'm trying to watch the portal for possible things that may have been missed. And this one is definitely unique. So I was just curious if there were other communities of interest maybe that I didn't know about. Trying to keep them straight with all the public comment is hard.
It is. I do think a lot of the same ones from the house maps apply here with that District 8 that goes into Oakland County a little bit, but in a way that makes sense for those same reasons. You have the LGBT community with Ferndale going in down southern into Palmer Park and Palmer Woods. Another option would be to put them in 3 and move 8 low, but I think it's fine for now. Where are we at with 8? It's overpopulated a little bit.
Yeah, and then you still got the issue with 10. So for example, 10 needs 40,000 and you've got East Point is 34. And then you've got, if you look at this, it looks like all we have are down districts, but that's because Taylor's unassigned.
Right.
So you should have, that's the Taylor part of Taylor. Yeah, I think what I actually, there's definitely going to be an issue here that's going to require us to rebuild this plan at some point, because if you see it's 58,000 unassigned and the population of Taylor is 63. So there's a geography issue sometimes in this area with Royal Oak Township, I think. I think that's what it is. So we'll, at some point, we're going to have to export this as a shapefile and bring it back in to get that back in alignment.
Gotcha. Yeah, we'll worry about that when we get to it. So 8 is a little over, right? At this point?
Yeah.
Okay. House 7. 7 is right on the money. Is that Southfield Township? That is 2,000 people?
I think it's Huntington. Double check. Yeah, Huntington Woods, that one, or Pleasant Ridge.
Yeah, can you put Huntington Woods back in the 7? I think we may have misclicked there when adding Oak Park to it.
I think it was unassigned.
Okay, that's what happened.
Yeah.
Okay, all right, so now 8 is just a little over. And 7 is still okay, that's good. I do think Huntington Woods would be better being in 7 with Royal Oak and Berkeley.
Yeah, you have 5, 10, and 13 are off.
What did we do with 13 here? Oh, because Farmington and Farmington Hills are in 6.
Yes.
Yeah, all right, we'll have to look at that and probably go eastward would be my guess, or taking Canton. and then meld it into Taylor, but probably eastward. But okay, I just want to make sure, I want to get the Detroit districts done first. Those four, 1, 2, 3, and 8. Where are we at with 8?
8's just a little over.
Just a little over. All right. Okay, I know we were using 10 as a little bit of a holding district earlier. We were debating if we should delete it or not, but we didn't delete it. So let's just put a little bit of 8 into 10, and then the next person can go ahead and work on it. It should only be 1 or 2 neighborhoods.
From Detroit?
Yes, into 10.
Or you could also go potentially into 3 if you wanted to do that.
Yeah, I kind of like how 3 looks, and 10 needs some anyways. So
okay, so in this area here into 10.
I think those 3 neighborhoods. Well, let's do Northtown first. And I don't want to go into Buffalo Charles.
Okay, you have, it looks like Connor Creek is currently split. You could split it more, or you could move to another area.
Let's just put all of Connor Creek into 10.
Okay. Yeah, we're stuck in a loop. Hang
Mm.
I'm gonna have to close it.
All good. Do what you got to do.
All right, let's see what was lost, if anything. There we go. Wouldn't let me close.
Okay, is that Huntington Woods change in here still?
No, that was done. So we just have to check this area. I think everything's more or less up to date.
Okay, so we're talking about putting Connor Creek in 10.
Yep.
I think the Nortown changes didn't get put over either.
Okay. Yep, I see that. Okay, so that's the voting precinct. So we have to use blocks.
It is always so interesting to me that the precincts don't match up with the neighborhoods.
Well, they are different things. The precincts align with the election process. The neighborhoods are different.
Mhm.
All right. Well, I'm stalling for just a second while I get this set up. So I'll just say that way back when we talked about hierarchies and how certain geographic elements fit into hierarchies, and you can have different hierarchies within the redistricting process. There we go. So that's going to go into 10.
Okay, so 8 is good, 1 is good, and 2 and 3 are good. Okay, that does it for me, folks. I think now that that's taken care of, if somebody wants to finish this up and either look at the suburbs or at Taylor, that'd probably be the way to go. Thank you, Mr. Morgan. Appreciate the help.
Yep.
And next up is Commissioner Kellum.
Chair, it looks like we just lost Commissioner Kellum. She just dropped as you, oh, nope, she's here. Never mind. We just moved down my list. Sorry.
I was like, I think this is me, Megan. I'm looking at the map, but I also need to say something. I'm trying to gather my thoughts. So I would like to.
Do you want the map up while you speak?
It doesn't matter. This is like a point of personal privilege, sort of. I would like to apologize to the public if they were thrown off, or a member of the commissioners, including translators, today, if they were bothered by the back and forth that went on. And I'm saying that especially because I'm the vice chair, even though that means that nothing really. I'm just helping Commissioner Eid facilitate the meetings. But I will say that I was fed up between having to defend myself and other commissioners from passive aggressive comments that have gone unchecked. And I have a high interest in collaboration, and it appears that a certain commissioner enjoys stirring the pot and then sitting back and watching us all
Point of order.
deal with the
Again,
fallout. No, I need to say this.
Chair,
Point of order, again, just unsolicited,
need-
uncalled for attacks on other commissioners that she never gets checked on. And they are not passive either, they are direct.
This is
Chair,
what
I
I'm
ask you
talking
to
about.
enforce our rules, please.
No, I'm gonna finish. I'm going to
order.
finish. I'm
can I
going
get
to
a
finish.
ruling, please?
Oh, I need to finish.
I'll let you finish, but we do
Thank
have
you.
we do have a point of order.
I'm not gonna be silent, as
Yeah, no,
I'm
no,
not.
I'm not saying to be silent, but
Okay.
silent. Try to keep whatever you have to say, to.
I didn't say a commissioner's name either.
Stand, you didn't. And let's not make any insinuations or anything like that, and just try to move forward with the mapping, please.
So what I was going to say is today's microaggression, and I can educate some of you if you don't know what a microaggression is, especially as a Black woman. Today's microaggression was aimed at driving a wedge between myself and the only other Black commissioner, and that's what blew my top. So this is meant to be a collaborative process, and that cannot truly happen without commissioners who are willing to listen and work together. So I'm going to continue to advocate for myself and other commissioners, but I am not going to deal with her comments that are going unchecked.
Point of order.
And that is all I have to say, and I would like to take my turn mapping.
Point of personal privilege.
I saw Commissioner Zatello's hand first.
Yeah, I have both a point of order and a point of personal privilege. We have rules of conduct. She doesn't need to say the name. It's obvious who she's talking about. There were no attacks on her in any way, shape, or form.
It was a microaggression.
Can I finish, please? I am speaking.
That is
Can I
right.
finish, please? I let you speak. Thank you. I simply asked the other Detroit commissioner on the commission what her feelings were about her own map, because
The
her
only
map
other Black
was viciously
woman.
attacked
Only
by
other Black woman.
Commissioner Pelham.
The
That
only
was
other Black
appropriate.
woman.
And again, she will not let me talk. This is exactly the problem.
Because you're not gonna make me
Point
invisible.
of
There's another
order, please,
microaggression.
Chair.
There's another
Um,
microaggression happening.
Excuse me. Excuse me. We have a chair. He's trying to establish order. We also understand that people want to talk and express their perspective. We've asked repeatedly for the sake of the interpreter to go one at a time.
Okay, back to my point.
Excuse me.
Commissioner Zatello.
Excuse me.
Go ahead.
I just want to make sure, Commissioner Eid, that, whatever your ruling is, whatever you decide to do, we need to do it, but we have to follow our code of conduct. And we also, more importantly, have to follow the request of our interpreters to adequately sign language this meeting. And it cannot happen when people are all talking at one time. And it's a shame that we have to enlist the Secretary of State to mute everyone so that we can do it all at one time. So once again, we're going to ask everyone to respect our chair. He has been more than patient and lenient in trying to give everyone an opportunity to have their say. He is not in an enviable position. So if we can't do this correctly, folks, we're putting ourselves at risk and the opportunity that we have in terms of drawing the maps. So please, let's go one at a time and respect our chairs. We've asked numerously times before, and I know that you all wanted the same respect when you were chair because I worked with you as well. So let's make this a win-win for everyone. Thank you.
So I made a point of order, which was not ruled on earlier. I made another point of order. Every time we have a problem with people yelling at each other during a meeting, it is instigated by Commissioner Kellum every single time. And it needs to stop. Nobody's attacking her. Nobody's attacked Commissioner Curry. We're just trying to understand the maps. And every single time she devolves it to the personal, she wants to throw shade at other commissioners who she doesn't like for whatever reason, and it needs to stop. So Chair, I am asking you again to enforce the rules against Commissioner Kellum, because this is the second time today she has personally attacked me rather than attacked my work. And my work is to get the maps done. And frankly, I am the person who's generated more maps than anybody else, and I am the best at it. So you can at least give me the courtesy of letting me do my job.
Thank you, Commissioner Zatello. Does anyone else have anything to say? Commissioner Lang?
I hope we can move on at this point. I have been on the other end of these comments myself, and I just want to get these maps done and be done, to tell you the truth. I'm tired. Mentally tired at this point. I just want to move on, and I just want the rules to apply to everybody equally. Even if it's me, myself, if I do something, I want the rules to apply to me equally as it should everybody else. So that's it. That was my point of order, and I'm done.
Thank you, Commissioner Lang. I also would like to move on. Let's get to mapping, please. Commissioner Kellum, it's your turn. Let's just get to mapping. So pick up where you want to pick up. Everyone said what they want to say. It's all there. It's over now. Let's get back to the job at hand.
I don't have anything else to say. What she said was on the record, so the public can hear, just like what I said was on the record. So now we have Best Mapper Award. We can, I'll look at the Taylor area.
Commissioner Kellum, you want me to bring up the map you were just working on?
Yes, please, John.
Okay.
Thank you.
One moment. Okay, so this is the map. There's Taylor unassigned. And as I pointed out earlier, the population of Taylor is greater than the amount that's unassigned. So that tells me that there's a geographic misalignment. And the way we fix that is I export the shape file and re-import it over this plan, and it will adjust that problem. So I can do that now if you'd like to readjust it before we start mapping.
Yes, I'm gonna take a short turn anyway, so yes.
Okay, so give me a moment to do that. So again, I'm just exporting it as is. I exported at 2 o'clock. I'm going to write that. No, I don't like that. Just a moment. Okay, sorry about this. Just take a second to get this reset. Okay, and I'm expecting when we're finished with this, that the unassigned population should equal the population of Taylor. Or we'll find another area that's unassigned. Yeah, it still didn't adjust that. Okay. Okay, I see. All right, we're fine. Taylor is split in this configuration. There's 2 precincts at Taylor that were put into 4. So sorry to take the time to do that, but that's why it was off.
No,
So,
don't apologize.
we're all set.
Okay. What do I want to do? Can we put Taylor into 4 right now?
Okay, so we're putting the unassigned portion of Taylor into 4. There's 2 precincts of Taylor, or 3 that are already.
I want to do that.
Okay, so now you've got, hopefully all of the population is assigned, so there's no longer any question about that. 4 is overpopulated. And basically the districts that are underpopulated are 13, 10, and 5. So 13 and 5 are over here, and then 10 is over here. So you have to move population to those districts.
Can I grab, so 4 is, let's look at 4.
Okay, so 4 is overpopulated by 63,000.
Okay, can you zoom in? I want to see the cities.
Okay, 1
We
second.
can put the, yeah. That's Sumter, Van Buren, and Belleville, I think. I want to be sure though.
Okay, so
Okay, I want to take Huron, Sumter, Van Buren, and put that into 5, excuse me.
Van Buren, Belleville, and Sumter, is that what you mean?
Yeah, sorry, I didn't name Belleville.
Okay.
For right now. And
Okay.
Huron.
And Huron into 5.
Yeah, this will need some adjusting, but I'm going to.
Okay.
And then can we go north? I want to see this little tip of Canton. Probably should have made it. I should have made whatever. I'll just deal with that later. I really should have made that a part of 13 and left 5 the way that it was, just for numbering sake. But that's fine. I want to take, let me see. 5 is too many people. 13. Yeah, no, I want to do that in the reverse. Can we go back to how 5 was? I'm going to start in a different direction. I'm going to do what I just did, but put that in 13.
Okay, so that takes us back to where 4 is.
Okay. Can you assign Canton to 13.
Okay.
Van Buren and Sumter. Belleville 2. Now it's over. That's fine.
And did you want Huron as well?
Yeah, and then I can go back and try to fix this. Can you zoom in to 13 right in the Plymouth Northville area? Okay. Can you unassign the area that's right above Novi, just north of Novi?
The West Bloomfield area?
Oh, just that little piece. Can you unassign that from 13? Right above the word Novi.
Unassign, okay.
I don't know where I want to put it yet.
Now, when you say a piece, do you mean precinct, a township?
I'm sorry, I should be specific. The precinct, I believe.
Here, I'll put the townships on again for reference. So there's Walled Lake, which is here, Wixon is here, and Novi Township. And then the Northvilles are here.
Maybe not a short term. So the one.
What are we looking at with 13? Is it?
Right, so I'm over, so I just want to take, I'm
Oh.
using this because I have the zoom view of the map.
Mhm.
So I think these are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 precincts that are right above Novi, and unassigning those. Where they're gonna go for right now, I don't know.
Well, you're over a lot on 13. So you need to you'd need to take out a lot more than that to get it where you need it to be. But why did you put Canton in 13? Can't it go into 5 with how 5 is? If you look at the difference between 13 and 5, they're about the same. One is over 125,000, the other is under.
Sure, I'm not wedded. Listen, if you want me to be truthful, the turn that you just took, those are the changes that I was gonna make. So I'm like, I never have to, when it's quote unquote my turn, be the sole voice that I hear. Don't have to take a turn like that. So I'm not against that. Van Buren.
Yeah. I'm sorry, I had to step away from a moment because I had a work order.
So what I did, same, I'm currently at work, so I'm looking at 3 different monitors right now, 4 if I include our meeting. So I wanted Taylor to go in with Romulus and Wayne into 4. So I like 4. And so then I went on to At first I was messing around with 5. I didn't like the way that was going. Excuse me. So then I started with District 13, just catching you up to what I was doing.
Well, what I would suggest is putting, because Canton's almost 100,000 people.
Mhm.
It's a large city, so I would start by putting that in 5, and then
That's
figuring
what-
out where else to go within 5 to get that right, and then working your way up.
Yeah, that's the way that I was going initially. Okay, John, sorry to bring out the big eraser again.
Commissioner Orton?
I was gonna say, I'm gonna undo what I did, keeping 4 the same, and then I'm gonna pass to the next person.
Well, Commissioner Kellum, I just wonder, what if you just took Canton, Van Buren, Sumter, and Huron, so it would be like a C, and put all that in 5? I think the population might turn out about okay. And then that might leave 13 closer.
Okay.
That could work. I would put Wayne, sorry, Wayne Township in 5 as well then, and put Huron in 4. But because they're about the same ones, they're both 17,000. But either way works.
Why you should never second guess yourself. So
Okay, I don't mean to be an auctioneer, but I'm hearing Wayne into 5, Huron into 4. Do I have Van Buren and Sumter into 5 and Canton into 5? Okay. So let's start with 4. Huron into 4. Wayne into 5.
mhm.
Okay, this is not going to work exactly, but we'll see. It's going to be close. Okay, so 4 is okay. 5 is over by 34,000 and 13 is under by 32,000. You were contemplating making some changes to 6. You could split Canton or you could split Westland off of 5 to give you the population you need for 13, whether it goes into 6 or 13 directly.
I'm gonna stop and pass to the next person.
Okay. Well, progress was made. Taylor's, at least everything's assigned now. And the population deviations are a lot closer to what we need to make this type of configuration work. Is there any thoughts about Wayne Township on if it's better with 5 or 4 in this type of configuration?
That was my initial. One of the things that I was thinking about is maybe Wayne belongs more with the community of Romulus. I have many experiences in Metro Detroit. I cannot speak to the Wayne Romulus area outside of airport and visiting a close friend a couple of times, but
I think
Yeah.
Wayne and Romulus ought to be together.
So if you do that, you would need to then do what Commissioner Orton said and put Huron with 5, making like a C shape. So that's kind of the debate. Do we want to make that kind of shape? Huron is a rather it's a large land area, but a small population.
I mean, I already shared my opinion from the little that I know. Wayne and Romulus meld well together, but I defer to people that are more familiar with the area. I think the C could work.
Okay, then do it. So you're saying that have Wayne be with 4. Okay. Okay, so 4 is still okay. Yeah, it was just an even population swap. Okay. Making progress, folks. Making progress. Okay, thank you, Commissioner Kellum. Next up, we have Commissioner Lang.
Okay, my turn is going to be quick again. What I would like to do, John, is could you bring up Commissioner Wagner's map? I know she's not here to present it, but since it's going to VRA, I would like to be able to at least see it. Maybe there's something in there that the commission could find interesting. I'm sure next week, maybe she'll be able to tell us what district she drew and why, but I'm really curious to see what she drew.
Okay, so this is the plan that was received from Commissioner Wagner. And just before we move any further along, let me just adjust 6 and 2 colorations. Okay. Okay. So configuration wise, you have a District 1 that includes Ecorse, River Rouge, Lincoln Park, a portion of Allen Park, Detroit up to Belle Isle, the Northwest neighborhoods. District 2 is Dearborn, Dearborn Heights, Melvindale, looks like most of Allen Park. And then you've got the entire Warrendale and Warren neighborhoods. District 3, Highland Park, Hamtramck, the Englishtown, West End, East Point. 4 has a split in Taylor here, but otherwise it's similar. Romulus is in 5. Canton is in 5. Westland is split between 5 and 6. 6 has all of Livonia, Redford, a small portion of Detroit, Farmington, and part of Farmington Hills. 7 is most of the west end of Detroit, and then includes to Berkeley, Oak Park, Ferndale, not Hazel Park. We have 8 is similar to the configuration of 7, the previous Linden 7, from Pontiac, Auburn Hills, Bloomfield Hills, and the Southfields. 9 is almost the same as the Linden 9, not exactly. It has less of Oakland Township. It doesn't have the 1 precinct split off. And I believe it takes in Clawson, but not Utica. 10 is all of Warren and Centerline, most of Roseville, Madison Heights, Hazel Park, and Royal Oak. 11 is all of Macomb Township, the portion of Clinton that was not in Linden District 12, which appears to be the same in this plan as Fraser, similar split of Sterling Heights that we've seen before. Utica goes to 24. 13. The Plymouths are in 13. I think that covers most of the districts. Commissioner Lang, did that help?
It does. And can I have you just kind of scroll out just a little bit? I just want to see kind of the big picture. And one last thing, could we do an overlay of Linden on it too? Just so
Okay.
I get an idea of that.
Okay, so the Linden one, which was a district that had to be changed, included Taylor to this portion of Detroit. District 3. Yeah, there's the Linden overlay.
Okay. All right, I think it's got some aspects that are the same in some of the maps they've done and definitely has some different aspects in it. So I look forward to her getting back and telling us what prompted her drawing. So thank you, John. That is all I wanted to see.
Okay.
Thank you for bringing that up, Commissioner Lang. I wanted to see it. And there's some good ideas in there. So thanks for bringing it up since it's being put out for VRA review. Okay, Commissioner Lett.
Yes.
Okay. How much time do we have? We have about 10 more minutes or 5 more minutes of mapping. So after Commissioner Lett is Commissioner Muldoon.
I'm gonna pass right now also.
Okay. Commissioner Orton.
Okay, the map, so this wasn't what I was planning on doing, but the map that several people have worked on today is still has some holes, is that right?
The population is not in alignment, but all the population is assigned to a district. I can bring up the one that was just worked on and you can look at it at least.
Okay.
So this is the state after Commissioner Kellum finished her turn. So this is that C shape in District 5. And then these districts, let's see, so District 5 is over by 33,000. District 10 is under by 36,000. District 13 is under by 32,000.
Do those numbers make sense?
Not exactly. There's a couple of things to consider. Some of the districts that we've been working with in the past have been underpopulated. So for example, many times you'll end up with a District 1 or a District 3 that might be 2.5% under. In this case, you have some of the districts are over. Not in all cases, but District 6 is on the high end, 7 is on the high end. So that could account for some of the population. We could also, I don't think there's a problem with the program because I just loaded the shapefile, and that's the situation.
Okay.
So for example, if you were to take a district all the way to the lower end, you would have surplus population you could use to make an adjustment.
Okay. Well, I can see that someone could finish that fairly easily, but I don't think that's what I want to do with my turn. So you can close this one.
Okay.
And so I'm interested in looking at Commissioner Curry's map.
Okay, at this point, do you just want to look at it or do you want to make changes?
Make a copy just in case.
Okay. If you were to continue in the morning, then this copy might take tomorrow's date.
Right. So, yeah, I don't know how you want to do that, but
Well, we'll just give it today's date. And then we deleted the version 2 that Commissioner Ede worked on earlier. So either this would replace it, or you could call it version 3, or you could use tomorrow's date version 1, since we're going to run out of time here shortly.
if no one sees a problem with using tomorrow's date version 1, I'm sure we will go over to tomorrow. Is that good? Okay.
Okay.
And just to be clear, Commissioner Curry, your map is still there. This is just a copy. If we make any changes, it won't be changing yours. Could you change the colors either of 9 or 10?
Yes.
And maybe 11 while you're at it, because that one always bothers me.
Okay. I may adjust 11 again later, but there you go.
Okay. Okay, thanks.
Okay, so starting out, all the districts are within the deviation. You have your Detroit area districts, and so 1 is Southgate, Lincoln Park, Ecorse, River Rouge, this portion of Detroit. 3 is Highland Park, Hamtramck, and this portion of Detroit. 6 is this portion of Detroit and Redford, and that accounts for all of the Detroit area except for this portion of Warren and Warrendale, which is in District 2.
Okay. And can you zoom down so I can see all of 4?
So 4 has Wayne, Romulus, Van Buren, Belleville, Sumter, Huron, the Downriver community, part of Taylor, Wyandotte, and then Southgate is with 1.
And so is 4 the same as Linden was? Was it changed?
I don't think so. I think Southgate Remember, Lyndon had
Oh.
moved Taylor with one. I can put Lyndon over if you want.
Yeah, will you do that? I like how I believe that Commissioner Curry didn't change things that didn't need to be changed as much as possible anyway. I liked that.
Okay, so 4 differs from the Linden 4 with part of Taylor going in there and then Southgate going out. That's the primary difference. 5 for the moment is the same. 13 is the same. 9 is the same. 12 is the same.
Okay. So before we actually start getting into something, because I know, I'll just get started and then forget where I was. Should we stop now, Commissioner Eid,
Yeah,
or?
why don't we think about what you want to do with this tonight? Come back in the morning
Okay, thanks.
with the game plan, and then we'll go from there.
Okay, and sorry, just to clarify, no changes were made at this point, so I'm not going to upload this tonight since no changes were made to Commissioner Curry's map at this time.
Okay, thanks.
Sounds good. All right, commissioners, that concludes the mapping portion of today's meeting. Next on the agenda is approval of the minutes. We have minutes from May 2nd, May 7th, May 8th, and May 9th. These draft minutes have been provided to the commission before this meeting and have been posted on the website. Is there a motion regarding the minutes?
I move we adopt all the minutes as presented.
Second.
Again,
We have a motion by Commissioner Lett, seconded by Commissioner Muldoon, to approve the minutes for May 2nd, May 7th, 8th, and May 9th. Is there any discussion or edits to the minutes? Seeing no discussion, we will move to vote. All those in favor of the motion to approve the minutes, please raise your hand and say aye.
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 Any opposed, please raise your hand and say nay. The ayes have it, and the minutes are adopted. There is an executive director report today. If there is no objection, I will ask MICRC Executive Director Woods to provide his report. Is there any objection, commissioners? Hearing no objection, please proceed, Mr. Woods.
Thank you, Commissioner Eid. Just want to highlight what the commission has done last week and also share about our upcoming public hearings, the second round of public hearings. But then I know that Commissioner Lang, as well as Commissioner Zatella, had some concerns with regards to the schedule, and I just want to make sure that I have everyone else's concerns as well, so that we can develop our mapping process in terms of getting approval to move maps forward, so we can have as many commissioners as possible, preferably all 13, to participate in that discussion. So just as a recap, last week, the mapping deliberation process, which you approved today, was sent Wednesday, May 8th as the House process. It was reviewed by the commission in its meeting on Wednesday, May 8th, and then it was sent Thursday, May 9th as the Senate process. It was also sent yesterday, May 13th as the Senate process, and voted today. We also provided you with the selection of a final map. It was sent Wednesday, May 8th as the House process, and will be updated to change House to Senate and reflect the dates approved by the commission in its mapping schedule. Once again, this is the final map that will not happen until June. So just want you to know the information and when it was presented and shared with the commission. As far as the upcoming mapping schedule, we have a mapping schedule taking place tomorrow, May 15th, from 10 to 3, with a lunch break from 12:30 to 1:30. I want to make sure that we're all on the same page, that all completed collaborated maps, as well as individual maps, must be submitted by 3:00 p.m. Once again, just want to reiterate so everyone's aware of what the expectations are, is that all the maps, whether they're collaborative or individual maps, are due at 3:00 p.m. We have coordinated a schedule with both our partisan fairness and our VRA experts so that they will have enough time to do these maps, analyze them, and provide a report to the commission on Thursday. So the VRA analysis will have our attorney, VRA attorney, Mark Braden, and our expert data analysis, Max Palmer. We'll be doing that as soon as we're done with the public feedback. And then following the VRA analysis, we'll hear from Dr. Lisa Handley. Dr. Max Palmer is also doctor, but Lisa Handley with regards to the partisan fairness that will take place at 11:00. So the idea is for you to get your questions, get the analysis and the feedback. And then after you break back from lunch, following the advice of our legal counsel, Nate Fink, as it relates to changing the maps, if you decide to change them at all. On May 20th, the commission voted to go from 10 to 5 p.m. Our VRA analysis person will be available and the attorney on standby between 10 to 5. They will be available. However, our partisan fairness person is not available. They have a previously scheduled appointment in another jurisdiction with regards to partisan fair, regarding analysis that they're working on in another case. But both of them will be available on the 21st. And so the idea, once again, the idea is to get any and all conflicts that commissioners may have so that we can make sure that as many as possible, preferably 13, can be a part of the vote that moves the maps forward. Just wanted to share that again. So if you can email me so I can have those times, just so I can have it all on the record, the conflicts, we can come back with the schedule so we can get everyone's participation. That's the goal. Want to remind the public of our public hearing location. This is when you will look at selecting a map. This will take place June 11th at Cass Tech, June 12th at King, June 13th at Renaissance, and the schedule will be the same as before, 10 to 12:30, 1:30 to 3:00, and 4 to 7. All of these places, just like before, have free parking, So just wanted to share that with the commission. If there's any questions with regards to the report, I can take them at this time.
It's not really with the report, Mr. Woods, but I know there are a lot of engagement meetings this week with various different community groups. It would be very helpful to have a flyer of the meeting dates and locations for the second round of public hearings. If
Commissioner Heed, you'll get it today. It's already done. We finished it yesterday.
That'd be great, because I got one later today and I'm going to go print it out and
So I will send it to the whole entire commission, but yep, we got it done. We updated the language and then we'll be sending it off to get that translated in Arabic, Bengali, as well as in Spanish.
Thank you for that.
All right, so once again, commissioners, if you have a problem on the 20th or 21st, we're trying to make sure we get all 13 at the meeting. Please let me know. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Woods. Are there any acknowledgements or announcements today? Just like to give a shout out to our sign language interpreters and ASL interpreters and translators. Today might have been a little hard, but we appreciate y'all sticking with us. With that said, the items on today's agenda are concluded and the commission has no further business. A motion to adjourn is in order. Is there a motion, commissioners?
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion by Commissioner Lett, seconded by Commissioner Weiss to adjourn for today. Is there any discussion on the motion? Hearing none, we'll move to vote. All those in favor, please raise your hand and say aye.
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 Is there any opposed? The ayes have it, and we are adjourned at